While Berenger's armies were marching towards the Swiss and Italian borders that Austria shared with the two realms, his navy was on a more important mission, one that Berenger had learned from the Imperial Japanese Navy in his previous life. Pearl Harbor was a term that every American citizen knew by the time they finished elementary school. It represented a level of defeat and humiliation that the United States had never suffered before on its home front. Therefore, Berenger fully intended to emulate the preemptive strike the Japanese had launched against their rivals and use the same tactics to eradicate the fleets of his enemies. The young Austrian king, who had yet to be coronated, planned to take advantage of the time it would take for the Holy Roman Emperor to receive his declaration of independence by striking at the heart of their naval support. Berenger tasked his admiral to immediately sail the fleet to the Italian coast, where he intended to attack the Venetian and Genoan fleets while they were docked in the harbor. Admiral Emmerich commanded the SMS Berenger, the lead ship in a class of 75 fifth-rate frigates constructed over the last year. By now, the Grand Austrian Navy had a total of 40,000 men in its ranks, with 33,750 serving as sailors, officers, or marines aboard the ships. The armada of 75 frigates was equipped with a total of 3,324-pound cannons capable of firing explosive shells. The sheer degree of firepower these ships possessed was unprecedented for that era. Admiral Emmerich had split the fleet into two groups. The main fleet, comprising 38 frigates, would sail to the coast of Venice. The other group would consist of 37 vessels that would sail around the Italian peninsula and strike at Genoa's harbors. After nearly 14 hours of sailing at a speed of 13 knots, the main fleet arrived at the Venetian coastline under the cover of night. Under the darkness, the Austrian fleet sneaked into the Venetian harbor without incident. At that moment, Emmerich was standing at the helm of his ship, giving a brief overview of the operation to his officers. Every officer in the fleet was already aware of the attack plan, so this was just a quick summary while the enlisted men prepared. We will set anchor here, 2,000 yards away from the coastline. Now that we are within range of the enemy's harbors, we will load our cannons and fire upon them, devastating the ships within the city. After annihilating both civilian and military vessels, we will turn our guns on the harbor itself, destroying Venice's ability to receive and deploy ships. Once the harbor is destroyed, our guns will target the shipyards, making Venice incapable of producing new vessels for the war effort. When the arsenal is in ruins, we will turn our cannons on the castle itself, wiping out the city's command structure. Any remaining shells will be fired into the industrial district of Venice. I want the Venetians to remember the price of conspiring against Austria. Let this day be known as the day Austria struck first. With that, the officers responded in the affirmative after receiving their orders. Aye, Admiral. They then quickly set about their tasks, beginning to load the 836 cannons facing the city of Venice. Once all the cannons on the 38 vessels were loaded, Emmerich grinned wickedly and gave the order by shouting to the crew members of his ship. Fire! With those words, the cannons on the ship's side, aimed toward the harbor, immediately erupted, sending explosive shells from thousands of yards away onto the ports where most of the Venetian naval vessels were docked. The moment the SMS Berenger began firing, the 37 other nearby ships unleashed their barrage on the same target. Because the Venetians' vessels were treated with tar on their planks and ropes to preserve the materials, they were highly susceptible to fire. Consequently, when the explosive shells hit the hundreds of ships docked in the harbor, the fires rapidly spread from the affected vessels to every ship in the port. Civilian and military vessels alike were ablaze, and those unfortunate enough to be on board were either engulfed in the explosive blasts or burned alive by the rapidly spreading flames. However, the bombardment did not stop with a single barrage. The cannons were quickly reloaded and fired a second round onto the harbor. Emmerich planned not only to eradicate every vessel docked at Venice but also to devastate the very foundations of the port itself. Thus, the city bells began to ring, their tone drowned out by the thunderous echoes of another barrage of cannon fire. It was as if hell itself had reared its ugly head upon the Venetians as the residents of Venice gazed in horror at their mighty harbor, with the arsenal used to construct their fleet engulfed in fiery explosions. Because the Swiss agent sent to deliver the message to the Holy Roman Emperor was not granted a horse and had to travel on foot to the capital, Berenger struck first, eradicating the majority of the Venetian navy. However, that was not the greatest insult to the Venetians. The fact that Berenger's naval forces had continued their bombardment of the port, shipyards, and factories left the seafaring city in a state of absolute humiliation, the likes of which they had never suffered. Despite this, Emmerich commanded the sailors to load the cannons and fire barrages onto the city. While doing so, the admiral laughed maniacally, his roars blending with the thunderous echoes from the hundreds of guns. "Henceforth, this shall be my anthem." Despite his bold words, they went completely unnoticed by his crew, who were drowned out by the sound of the guns firing onto the city. While Emmerich was immersed in the sight of the attack, the Venetian citizens who had survived the onslaught scrambled to put out the flames that had spread across their city. Despite their best efforts, the flames continued to spread, consuming life and property in the process. The sheer level of destruction that Emmerich had unleashed upon Venice and its population was enough to have him tried as a war criminal in Berenger's previous life. Despite this, Berenger would not punish the man. In fact, he might even commend him for his actions on this night. It was only after half the city lay in smoldering ruins that the fleet ran out of shells and set sail into the rising dawn, heading back to the coast of Austria. Within a single night, Berenger's most significant rival in the Mediterranean had been brought to ruin. A year's worth of progress in building the largest armada in the world was blasted to the depths of the Adriatic Sea overnight. It would take decades for the Venetians to recover from this humiliation, and they would never forget what the Austrians had done that day. Though not all of the Venetian Navy's ships were present during the attack, the overwhelming majority were, significantly evening the playing field in the number of vessels Austria would have to face at sea. While Venice was not the only target of the Austrian navy, Genoa would soon suffer a similar fate. The destruction of hundreds of ships at the Holy Roman Emperor's command within days meant that the empire's most significant advantage against Austria was quickly snuffed out before the war had even officially begun. As such, the first battle of the war for Austrian independence was a resounding success. By the time Emperor Balsamo Corsini learned of this news, he would be severely weakened in his ability to wage war against the Kingdom of Austria. As the war for Austrian independence began and the soldiers marched to war, the overwhelming majority of Austrians remained relatively unaffected by the conflict at their borders. They were confident in their new king and his armies to defend their lands, as he had swiftly driven out Bavaria's previous incursion. Now, Berenger's army was more formidable than ever, and the last few years of peace had seen a significant military buildup in internal fortifications and garrisons. Despite the wars among Austria's neighbors, the conflict had not yet intruded into the daily lives of its citizens, at least not since Berenger rose to power. In the district of Kufstein, one man, in particular, was enjoying his daily life. The farming innovations he had helped Berenger implement early on had paid off in the long run. His farm was now fully mechanized with Berenger's machinery, making it one of the first to achieve this. As a result, he and his large family could manage thousands of acres of farmland on their own. Gunther used the wealth he gained from these innovations to purchase more farmland, expanding his operations to include a significant amount of hemp cultivation. Hemp had become an essential resource in Berenger's newly established Kingdom of Austria. It was a versatile material used in many aspects of daily life, including building materials and paper. Due to environmental concerns over the rapid industrialization from centuries earlier, Berenger began to implement sustainable materials like hemp concrete, hemp paper, hemp clothing, and other innovative uses for the fibrous material. However, for hempwood, Berenger would have to wait until he had access to soybeans, as the material required an eco-friendly soy-based adhesive to bond the plant fibers together into a form of hardwood. Otherwise, he would have already begun experimenting with the wood alternative in the form of sailing vessels. Due to the demand for the fibrous material, Gunther had become quite wealthy. He was currently in the city of Kufstein's newly expanded industrial district, negotiating with a representative of Berenger's government for the right to lease a plot of land in Kufstein, owned by Berenger, for the purpose of opening a hemp-based paper factory. With the king away at war, the task fell to Ingbert, a knight's son whom Berenger had previously used to establish a case against Lambert after the boy had attempted to assassinate Berenger multiple times. Since the Kitzbühel border war, Ingbert has taken a step back from military affairs and focused on financial matters concerning Berenger's government. After being captured by the Baron of Kitzbühel and fearing for his life, the knight's son decided to return to civil affairs. Though his talent as an engineer was poor, his knowledge of financial affairs proved to be the right place for him in life. As such, Berenger tasked him with leasing portions of his land to potential business owners. At the moment, Ingbert and Gunther were meeting at the plot of land that Gunther wished to lease from Berenger. The two men were gazing around the large tract of land sufficient to fit a 5,000-square-foot warehouse. After inspecting the plot for some time, Gunther smiled and nodded at Ingbert, who observed his actions. Boldly, he declared his intent. "I will take it. How much is the rent?" Ingbert calculated the value based on the square footage of the property and then smiled, revealing 5 fingers. When he did so, Gunther was surprised at first and had to confirm his thoughts. 5 thalers? Ingbert began to laugh, continuing for several minutes before shaking his head and responding with a stoic expression. 5 guldens. Gunther gasped at the news. 5 guldens was no small sum for monthly rent, but when he considered the prime real estate and the fact that it was one of the few plots left in Kufstein that could accommodate the factory he desired to build, the farmer ultimately agreed to the price. Deal. With that, Gunther reached into a pouch he had brought and pulled out 5 golden coins, each bearing the visage of Berenger on one side and his coat of arms on the other. After the transaction was completed, Ingbert smiled and informed Gunther of the terms for his lease. Fees are due on the 1st of the month. Since you are leasing industrial territory, the factory must fulfill environmental regulations. During construction, a government advisor will be assigned to you at your expense to ensure everything is up to code. After everything checks out, you will be permitted to purchase the land at a discount after 5 years of successful development. Are these terms acceptable? Gunther was already aware of the lease terms from Berenger. He nodded in approval, and Ingbert handed over a ledger to confirm the agreement. Sign here, and you can begin construction of your factory immediately. Gunther read over the lease conditions thoroughly before taking the quill and ink provided and signing his name. As an educated man in Kufstein and a member of the House of Representatives, he was more than capable of reading and writing. After signing, he handed the ledger back to Ingbert, who gave Gunther a small seal and explained its function. This seal proves you are a factory owner in the industrial district. Present it to the guards upon entry, and they will give you priority for access to the area. If you have no further questions, our business is concluded. I hope you achieve success with this lot. With that, Ingbert walked off, leaving Gunther alone to stare at the vacant property. He was well prepared for the costs of building a solid factory on this plot of land, knowing that once he did, he would make an even greater fortune for his family. Though he was not nobility, he might soon become wealthier than the snobbish nobleman who had looked down on him his entire life. He had only one man to thank for this opportunity, King Berenger von Kufstein. Without the young monarch's political and economic reforms, a lowly peasant like Gunther would have been forced to work the fields his entire life. Never in his wildest dreams did he believe such change would come to Kufstein within his lifetime, let alone to the whole of Austria. Because of his rise, he had become quite popular among the common people of Kufstein. Thus, he was chosen as a government representative due to this rising popularity. He hoped to work hard in the future, as a politician, a farmer, a factory owner, and a father, for the benefit of all the people in the city of Kufstein and Austria as a whole. The journey of this once lowly peasant was far from over. How far he would climb in this brave new world that Berenger was forging, only time would tell. The light of dawn shone upon the southern border of Austria, within the Tyrolean Alps, in the Viscounty of Trent. Berenger stood on a hill, observing his army gathered below. A total of 50,000 men, clad in unique quenched and hardened high-carbon blackened steel half-plate armor, stood in the valley, overlooked by their king. Under the king's orders, the army had been split into 2 components, the Italian invasion force, consisting of 50,000 men, and the Swiss invasion force, which consisted of 25,000 men. Berenger intended to use this war as an excuse to annex the Swiss Confederation. Thus, he left the invasion of the Swiss Confederation to a competent general among his ranks. At the moment, Berenger wore his signature gilded 3/4 plate armor, with a cavalier-style cloak made from Dalmatian fur draped across his left shoulder. The troops below gazed upon his immaculate visage as he began to give his speech. Men of Austria. The Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire has attempted to sabotage our factories, thereby violating the rights bestowed upon us as vassals. Thus, I, King Berenger, the first of my name, have formally declared our independence from the Holy Roman Empire. Today, you stand as the Royal Army of Austria, marching into the lands of the oppressor who has sought to hamper our progress toward a new dawn. I will not lie to you, the road will be bloody. But in the end, our people shall be free to pursue their destiny as a great power in Europe. God with us. The moment Berenger shouted his battle cry while saluting the 50,000 men standing below his plateau, they began to chant the words in unison, echoing into the dawn and returning the salute to their king. God with us. God with us. God with us. Such was the scene on the Austro-Italian border as Berenger's men prepared for an invasion into enemy territory. Afterward, Berenger gave the order to his troops. Forward march. It had been some time since Berenger's declaration of independence reached the emperor, and even longer since his preemptive strikes on Venice and Genoa. War was inevitable. Berenger mustered his forces at the enemy's border much quicker than the Italians could rally their own troops. Thus, the Austrians entered Italy without confrontation. As the soldiers began to march, Berenger mounted his trusted steed and soon found himself at the front of his army. The sight of 50,000 men entering northern Italy would be terrifying to anyone who witnessed it. Such a massive, well-equipped, and trained army was rare in Europe at that time. The Austrians marched for some time before encountering any resistance. The first target of Berenger's campaign against the Holy Roman Empire was the city of Verona, the nearest major city to the Trent border. It took a few days for Berenger to reach the ancient town. When they did, they noticed that the walls were well manned. The local noblemen had been preparing for Berenger's arrival by fortifying the city and abandoning the towns and villages to Austrian cruelty, unaware that Berenger did not need to ransack such locations. After all, his logistical network extended to every corner of Austria. When considering the small distance between Trent and Verona, Berenger left the villagers between the two cities untouched by the savagery of war. When the Royal Austrian army arrived at the gates of Verona, they immediately began constructing a proper siege camp. With the introduction of Schmidt guns, Berenger chose to mount them on the trench lines he established outside his base, with the intent to effectively use the rapid-firing firearms capable of utilizing canister shots to repel anyone suicidal enough to charge at his defenses. In addition to the Schmidt guns defending the encampment, 1,417 12-pounder cannons were placed under the protection of the trench line, raised to an elevation necessary to fire over it. This elevation allowed the cannons to efficiently target the city's walls. The beauty of the M1857 12-pounder Napoleon, which Berenger based his artillery on, was its versatility as both a field gun and a howitzer, capable of successfully firing arc shots at his enemy's defenses. However, Berenger did not immediately begin his bombardment. He wanted to wait until the next day to start his assault. After all, he had all the time in the world and preferred that his soldiers received proper rest before engaging in the siege. Instead, after the siege camp was effectively set up, Berenger began distributing rations. As usual, the dish was a wheat porridge filled with beef, onions, and mushrooms. It was not much, but it was enough to feed the soldiers and was relatively easy to prepare. After eating alongside his soldiers, Berenger retired to his tent, where he began to strip his armor before climbing into bed. As he did so, a particular memory flashed in his head. It was the moment he said goodbye to his two lovers, his children, and his younger sister. Berenger was clad in his armor as he hugged his young son, Hans. Though the boy was only 3 years old, he gazed at Berenger with an understanding expression. The only words the boy said to his father as he prepared to march to war were, "Be safe, father." As for Helga, she was still too young to speak and was in Linda's arms. Linda had a worried expression on her face. As Berenger kissed his infant daughter on her forehead, Linda spoke the words on her mind. "I will pray for you." For some reason, Berenger found this funny and chuckled lightly as he drew the beautiful young woman into his arms. Linda was far from devout, however. If there was one time she prayed to the Lord God Almighty with any sense of sincerity, it was when her man went off to war. After he embraced his lover, he kissed her passionately before saying his departing words. "I love you." Linda responded in kind before letting go of Berenger's grasp. "I love you too." With that said, Berenger turned to Henrietta, patted her on the head, and she instantly hugged him. Over the past few years, she had begun to grow into a beautiful young adolescent girl. Berenger would soon have to think about finding her a fiancé. However, such thoughts were interrupted as the girl began to cry into Berenger's steel-plated chest. "Be safe, dearest brother." In response, Berenger hugged his little sister and replied, "I promise I will return safe and sound." After a few moments, Berenger forced himself out of Henrietta's grasp, walked over to Honoria, grasped her hand, and walked out the door of the building. He said his goodbyes to her as they approached the river port of Kufstein. Honoria had a far more critical job while Berenger was at war, leading her crew of salty wenches as they raided Italian shipping vessels. As such, Berenger kissed her goodbye at the entrance to her ship in front of all her crew members. Elfron, in particular, looked away in disgust as she saw Honoria fall for such a playboy once more. After making out with the gorgeous young princess, Berenger said the exact words he had left Linda with. "I love you, Honoria." In return, Honoria put on a smug smile before responding to Berenger's words with a snarky remark. "I know." After saying that, Honoria hopped out of Berenger's arms and onto her sloop of war, where she immediately began to depart. As the ship started to sail down the river Berenger called out to her one last time. "Be careful." In response, Honoria smiled and blew a kiss to Berenger. It was only after the ship was out of sight that Berenger reunited with his army and departed for war. After reflecting on the recent past, Berenger soon found himself asleep with a broad smile on his face. He would not awaken until the dawn of the next day, and when he did, it was to the sound of an artillery barrage going off. With such a thunderous noise acting as his alarm clock, Berenger knew that the siege of Verona had begun. With the invasion of Italy underway, Berenger's efforts to conquer and annex the Swiss Confederation in his war for independence had also begun. Under the command of General Adelbrand von Salzburg, the Austrian armies marched into the lands of their enemies with a total of 25,000 men. Adelbrand was promoted to the rank of general in the last few years of Austria's peacetime and military expansion. He had proven himself a competent commander during the defense of Salzburg from the Bavarian occupation of Austria. He was also loosely related to Berenger as the brother-in-law of Berenger's cousin Eva. After Berenger liberated Austria from the Bavarians, the man immediately enlisted in the Austrian army during Berenger's brief regency over Austria. He eventually went through officer school and rose quickly in the ranks due to his natural talent as a military commander. This was his first major campaign, and he marched the 25,000-man army into the Swiss Confederation with the intent of conquest. At the moment, the artillery was being set up as Adelbrand's soldiers loaded their weapons with quick-loading tubes. Upon their invasion, they swiftly met a force of Swiss soldiers within the mountainous terrain. However, as the Austrians were preparing for battle, Adelbrand was surprised to see a white flag being flown by a representative of the Swiss forces, bearing the banner of the local nobleman in the province of Cha. Cha had long been a stronghold of the German reformist movement. When they saw the Austrian banners flying with the invasion force, the Count of Chi immediately began to negotiate his defection. If Berenger was fighting a war for independence against the Holy Roman Emperor, it was his duty as a devout reformist to aid that rebellion in any way he could. The Count of Cha, who had recently gained his position from the Archbishop of Cha after the latter converted to the reformist religion, approached Adelbrand with his visor raised and a smile on his face. The man rode on horseback to meet Adelbrand in front of his army, utterly fearless of what the Austrians might do to him. The Count of Cha quickly declared his intentions as he greeted the Austrian general. "I am Count Rainer von Cha, ruler of this territory. As a devout reformist, I hereby surrender the county of Cha to Austria in the name of God and King Berenger. You are free to use my county as a base of operations for your war effort." When Adelbrand heard this, he was instantly shocked. He was not a devout reformist, nor did he have any loyalty to the Catholic Church. He respected military might, which was why he followed Berenger so passionately. To see a count so willingly surrender in the name of religious similarities was astonishing. It took General Adelbrand several moments to find the words to speak. Eventually, he smiled and reached out his hand as a friendly gesture. "I, General Adelbrand von Salzburg, formally accept your surrender. If your army would disarm, it would be most appreciated." Quite honestly, Adelbrand found the whole scenario hard to believe, and he refused to fall into any trap. To his surprise, Count Rainer rode back to his army and gave them the orders he had received from Adalbrand. The entire army threw their arms away and stripped their armor. After doing so, they knelt before the Austrian overlords as a sign of their submission. The Austrian soldiers were just as shocked as Adalbrand as they witnessed this sight. Either this was the most elaborate ruse they had ever seen, or these Swiss soldiers were seriously devout reformists. With these two options in mind, Adalbrand proceeded with caution as he addressed the disarmed Swiss soldiers. "I accept your surrender and hereby announce the annexation of the county of Che into the Kingdom of Austria on behalf of His Majesty, King Berenger von Kufstein. If you serve your new monarch honorably, I can assure you that the nobles among you may maintain your status in your new lives." As Wolfgang said this, the Swiss soldiers stood up in unison and saluted, responding with the Austrian battle cry as an affirmation of their submission. "God with us." With that, the Che soldiers led the Austrians to their fortresses, where they immediately came under the occupation of the Royal Austrian Army. As the army settled in, Adalbrand gathered intelligence on the Swiss Confederation and its military capabilities from Count Rainer. "So, tell me, what is the strength of the Swiss armies? How many men will we be facing? Where are they located? What tactics will they be using?" With that, Count Rainer led the Austrian general into the war room, where he immediately pointed out the positions of the Swiss armies on the map. "Aside from us in Che, the Swiss Confederation has roughly 25,000 men at their disposal. These are mostly men-at-arms and knights, similarly equipped to the mercenaries Berenger defeated during the brief rebellion, those treacherous noblemen who rose against him. Most of the armies are currently being gathered in Zurich. Once they are rallied, they will march on our position. My suggestion is to wait patiently and crush the main army in the defense of Che. After they are utterly decimated, you will have free rein to conquer the small garrisons scattered across the major cities. Once those Swiss cities are defeated, the rest of the land will surrender with a simple show of force. What do you think?" Although Adalbrand thought the plan was a good idea, he could not fully trust the Count of Che and his men, who had surrendered. Therefore, he shook his head and came up with a different attack plan. "You and your men will stay here and guard the border with Austria. I will lead my army to attack the enemy directly." Count Rainer immediately understood that Adalbrand did not trust him, and he did not blame him. Surrendering to annexation without a fight was unheard of. However, Rainer was a true believer in the reformist cause. He believed an independent homeland should be established for the movement, and he was more than happy to join his neighbors in Austria, with whom he shared a border, as part of this envisioned reformist homeland. Thus, he sighed heavily before agreeing to Adalbrand's plan. Trust could not be built overnight. All he could do was loyally follow his commands and protect the Austrian border. With that, the Austrian troops began to rest, preparing to depart the next day. Ever the cautious commander, Adalbrand left his troops on watch over the region and gave them specific instructions to be vigilant for any potential treachery from the Che soldiers. Despite his suspicions, no treachery occurred, and the Austrian soldiers were allowed a reprieve. With this, Austria gained a foothold in the Swiss Confederation without firing a single shot. When the news finally spread to the Swiss Confederation about Che's betrayal, it would be too late, as the Austrians would already be at their doorsteps. While Berenger was invading northern Italy and laying siege to Verona, Adalbrand was marching his soldiers toward Zurich, where the Swiss army had gathered. As for Honoria, she had already set sail from Kufstein and entered the Mediterranean via the Black Sea. She and her crew of salty wenches were prepared for their first encounter of naval warfare. Their target? Any sailing vessels flying the banners of a Holy Roman Empire state. Coincidentally, the moment they sailed into the Aegean Sea, they saw a ship flying the flag of Venice. While most of the Venetian naval and merchant fleets had been decimated by the preemptive strike Emmerich had engaged in, there were still vessels at sea that had been spared destruction. This merchant caravel, which had recently departed from Constantinople, was one of those ships. The 18-pound-long guns on the sloop of war known as Honoria's Revenge were not equipped with explosive shells. The reason for this was simple: such weapons were too effective on wooden ships and would sink any form of loot to the bottom of the sea. As such, Honoria's cannons were supplied with 18-pound cannonballs and chain shot, designed to take out the masts of any seafaring vessel and cripple its ability to sail. This was precisely the munition Honoria ordered her crew to load into the cannons. Load the chain shot and prepare to fire upon the target when we get in range. I want as many of the sailors taken alive as possible." The sloop of war, traveling roughly twice the speed of the caravel, quickly closed the distance. Seeing the Austrian flag flying from the sloop's stern, the Venetian sailors knew their luck had run out. With this in mind, the crew began to pray to God as they started loading their bows and crossbows. However, Honoria's vessel was far beyond the range of such primitive weapons. She quickly pulled up alongside the caravel's port side and gave a command to her cannoneers. "Open fire!" With that, the 10 cannons on the port side unleashed their fury, as the linked cannonballs twirled through the air, targeting the small caravel. Although some of the chain shots missed, enough struck the masts, crippling the vessel's sailing capability and leaving the Venetian caravel and its crew stranded in the water. Upon seeing this, Honoria's crewmates quickly began to load their 1421 repeating rifled flintlocks and aimed the weapons at the Venetian sailors. As the sloop approached the derelict caravel, the Venetians started firing their bows and crossbows at Honoria and her crew. Seeing the bolts and arrows flying toward her, Honoria, equipped in a half-plate breastplate and with Heraclius perched on her shoulder, gave the command to engage the enemy. "Open fire!" At her command, the crew aboard Honoria's ship aimed their rifles, cocked the actions, and fired their first shots. There were roughly 25 Venetian sailors on board the caravel, while Honoria's crew was more than double that. A volley of lead bullets tore into the Venetian sailors, penetrating their flesh and spilling blood across the ship and into the sea below. Several of these men fell lifeless into the depths of the Aegean Sea as the projectiles ripped through their hearts and skulls. After the first volley, the Venetians immediately dropped their weapons and surrendered. The girls among Honoria's crew recocked their weapons and cautiously boarded the Venetian vessel. As they did, they immediately bound the Venetian sailors. Their captain began to spew profanities at Honoria as she crossed over to the ship. "You fucking bitches! Do you have any idea who you are messing with? When the Doge finds out you attacked our ship, he will send the might of the Venetian navy after you. You will not escape the wrath of Venice." The moment he said this, the women who now held these men captive began to laugh. They were already aware of the fate of the Venetian fleet before they set sail. The Venetian captain had been at sea for too long and was completely unaware of what had transpired. He and his crew looked confused as they saw the women mocking them. Honoria backhanded the man fiercely before kneeling before him and explaining what the women found so funny. "The Venetian navy lies at the bottom of the Adriatic Sea. The Royal Austrian Navy sank it along with half of your precious city weeks ago. All that's left are a few stragglers, and before long, they too will be wiped out. As for you and all the other merchant ships like you are fair game." The moment she said this, the captain spat on her face and responded with another insult. "You're a fucking lying cunt. There's no way the Grand Armada of Venice could be destroyed so easily." In response to this insult to her integrity, Honoria coldly pulled out her pistol, cocked the hammer, and shot the captain in the head. Maybe it was because of Berenger's influence, but the young Byzantine princess did not hesitate to murder the man who had done nothing more than insult her. Heraclius stared at Honoria with a look that conveyed his thoughts, which could be summed up with the phrase, "Was that necessary?" Honoria ignored his piercing glare, wiped the spit from her face with her glove, and kicked the corpse of the Venetian captain into the sea. Afterward, another hostage could not contain his outburst. "Fucking pirates!" When Honoria heard this, she fixed the man with a fierce glare, instantly silencing him. She then reached into her pocket and pulled out a paper signed by Berenger, her smug smile evident as she educated him on his ignorance. "Privateer, actually. This is a letter of marque and reprisal from King Berenger von Kufstein of Austria, which allows my crew and me to attack enemy ships and naval vessels. We get to keep any loot we come across. As for the rest of you, you are hostages. We will take you back to Trieste, where you will be ransomed to whatever remains of your precious Venetian Republic." With that, Honoria bellowed her orders to her compatriots. "Lock them up in the brig and transfer whatever treasure this vessel carries onto our own. We're going hunting." The privateers sprang into action. Meanwhile, Elfron had brought out a small crate filled with sticks of dynamite. As she placed it on the deck, Honoria looked at her curiously, the question forming in her mind. "Elfron, what are you doing?" The young teenage girl smiled brightly before picking up one of the sticks of dynamite and holding a lighter, manufactured in Austria, next to it. "I'm going to blow this ship up." The cute and excited expression on the girl's face did not match the violent words she had uttered. As such, Honoria was quite taken aback at first. However, after a few moments, Honoria began to laugh, causing Elfrun to pout in response. After calming herself down, Honoria walked over and hugged Elfrun tightly. "Just make sure to do it after we have safely exited the vessel." Elfrun blushed at the affectionate display. Eventually, she embraced Honoria's gesture and closed her eyes, savoring the moment. After a few seconds, Honoria let go when she noticed Melissa had arrived. Melissa did not question the scene and instead reported the crew's findings to Honoria. "We hit the jackpot, aside from some chests filled with hyperpyrons. We've also got purple dye, loads of silk and cotton, and some Indian spices and rare animal skins." Evidently, they were on their way back from trading with Constantinople. A pretty smile curved Honoria's luscious pink lips as she delighted in the bountiful take. "Is everything transferred over?" Melissa nodded silently. Honoria then commanded her crew, "Everyone, please get back to the ship, we are departing." Once everyone was safely aboard and the vessel began to leave, Honoria tapped Elfrun's shoulder and smiled, nodding silently. This was the signal Elfrun needed to start the fireworks. With a cruel smile on the girl's cute face, the pyromaniac lit the stick of TNT in her hands and tossed it onto the freshly ransacked caravel. The explosive compound landed perfectly in the stack of dynamite, where the fuse slowly began to burn. After Honoria's revenge had moved to a safe distance, the stick of TNT detonated, causing a chain reaction with the other explosives and effectively blowing the small caravel to pieces. As the explosion blasted the caravel apart in the Aegean Sea, the crew of pirates gazed upon their victory with awe. They could hardly believe what they had just done. This crew of women had ushered in a new era of naval warfare. There was only one person to thank for this, and that was King Berenger von Kufstein of Austria. Without his support, these young women would never have felt the rush of adrenaline they experienced that day, nor would they have seen such wealth in their hands. While Berenger was away at war, one man worked exceptionally hard to cover for the king's absence in Kufstein. This man was Chancellor Otto von Graz. After the debacle with Liutbert, Berenger selected someone else to act as chancellor. However, this man utterly failed to live up to the task. Thus, when Berenger promoted his uncle and soon-to-be father-in-law to Marquis, he also appointed him as chancellor, a position equivalent to vice president in Berenger's kingdom. Otto had been working from home in Graz during his tenure as chancellor until now. After all, there was not much work required in such a position. Now that Berenger was off at war, it was the chancellor's job to rule in his stead. Thus, Otto had traveled to Kufstein with Adela and was currently living in a chateau within the city. Every day, Adela visited the castle of Kufstein, where she interacted with her rival, Linda. She also played with her dear friend and cousin, Henrietta, who had just begun her teenage years. At the moment, Adela was in a meeting with Linda, and the two young women were having a serious discussion now that they were alone for the first time in a long time. Adela had a calm expression on her face as she began to chastise Linda for her behavior, which resulted in another child before Adela herself could marry her fiancé. "You couldn't help yourself, could you? You just had to convince Berenger to give you another child so soon, even though you knew there were still some years before he and I got married. That's selfish of you, you know that, right? I still have months before I can marry my fiancé, and in the meantime, he has given his lover 2 children. Do you have any idea how envious that makes me? How long will this war last? What if he doesn't come home for a year or 2? If that happens, by the time I get married to him, your children will already be 5 and 3. How is that fair to me?" In response to this line of questioning, Linda held her head high. She was exceptionally proud of her relationship with Berenger and felt no guilt for her actions. Seeing the smug grin on Linda's exquisite face, Adela sighed in defeat, placing her forehead in the palm of her hand. She sounded exhausted as she admitted defeat. "Whatever, that's in the past. What I need to worry about now is Honoria. Just how much have the two of them been sleeping together? Do I need to worry about another bastard child being born before my own?" The term bastard greatly pained Linda, but she kept it to herself. Instead, a wicked smile curved on the angelic beauty's lips as she thought about Adela's question. Linda decided to punish the little fiancé for her cruel remarks. This did not go unnoticed by the shrewd girl, who interpreted Linda's smug expression as a sign that she knew something important. A cold gaze spread across Adela's sapphire blue eyes as she glared at Linda with a stern expression. "What aren't you telling me?" Linda was aware of how many nights Berenger had spent with Honoria. Since his birthday nearly half a year ago, the man had been demanding that his two women share his bed with him at the same time. As a result, there was not an intimate moment between Berenger and Honoria that the veteran spymaster was unaware of, at least in recent history. With this in mind, Linda decided to toy with Berenger's fiancée, whom she saw as nothing more than a naive little girl. She thought that watching Adela's reaction to Berenger's nightly debauchery with his two lovers would be entertaining. "I wouldn't worry about that if I were you. Berenger hasn't done anything that could get the girl pregnant." This answer confused Adela, who was still young and innocent and unaware that three people could share a bed, or how one could have sex without the risk of pregnancy. All she knew about procreation were the basic details her parents had shared. Thus, the young fiancé, in a fit of fury, demanded, "How could you possibly know that?" Upon hearing this, Linda simply smiled, then approached the girl and whispered in her ear the details of how she and Honoria served Berenger each night. Before long, Adela's face was flushed with embarrassment. Despite her discomfort, she couldn't pull herself away out of sheer curiosity. After a few minutes of explaining her nightly activities with her master, Linda broke away from the girl with a satisfied expression. Adela's embarrassed and shocked appearance was too cute, and Linda intended to enjoy every second of it. It took Adela a few moments to find the words to rebuke Linda. At first, she stammered, but gradually managed to form a response to chastise the vixen in front of her. Why, you pervert! You're sick, there's no way Berenger would do such a thing. You must be lying." However, Linda giggled at Adela's innocent reaction. To her, this was the perfect form of revenge for the little girl's earlier comments about her children. So, she responded in an amorous tone, "I'm sure that after your wedding night, he will pressure you into joining the fun. I can't wait to see the day, little sister." The moment Adela heard those words, she began to pout and reject Linda's statement. The idea of sleeping with Berenger along with his two lovers was simply out of the question. "I will never do such a thing, even if Berenger asks me to. That's just wrong for so many reasons. How can you possibly live so sinfully? Aren't you afraid that God will punish you? To think you would drag Berenger down into such filth with you." This comment only made Linda laugh even harder. To her, the statement was just too funny. She laughed so much that she nearly collapsed. After over 30 seconds of laughter, the young woman finally calmed down, wiped the tears from her eyes. Adela, furious at this response, gritted her teeth and curled her fists, struggling to contain her wrath as she asked about Linda's outrageous reaction. "What's so funny?" To this, Linda sighed before explaining the reality. "It wasn't me who suggested such a thing to begin with." Adela was shocked. If it wasn't Linda, it could only be Honoria. However, she didn't immediately blame the young princess. Instead, she asked for the identity of the person who first thought up such wicked behavior. Then who was it? Linda struggled to contain her laughter, anticipating Adela's reaction to the next piece of information. "Well, Berenger had joked about the idea a few times with me, but it was ultimately Honoria who came up with the plan to give him such a birthday gift. I had my reservations at first, but it turned out to be quite an enjoyable experience. I'm sure you will join us soon enough. After all, I can tell that you're curious, no matter how much you protest." After saying that, Linda walked past Adela, tapping her on the shoulder before leaving the room in silence. She left Adela alone, her imagination running wild with the idea of a situation where she, Linda, Honoria, and Berenger all embraced one another. The more Adela thought about it, the more her mind went numb until she finally shook herself out of her stupor. At that moment, the young fiancée made a solemn vow to herself, cursing Linda under her breath. "I will never allow such a thing to happen, just you watch, bitch." After saying this, Adela left the room as well, but unlike Linda, who had left with style, Adela stormed out in a tantrum. She couldn't believe Berenger had fallen to such depravity and made it her mission to bring him back into the light. Whether she would teach the man she loved the error of his ways or fall to the depravity she resented remained to be seen. After successfully raiding the Venetian merchant vessel, Honoria and her crew set sail for Trieste. Austria had limited coastline at the time, and Trieste served as the central trading hub. It was also the city with the largest harbor, hosting Austria's most significant shipyard. The haul that Honoria's revenge crew achieved was substantial. They not only looted the wealth the merchants had gained from their recent trade with Byzantine merchants but also secured expensive items they were bringing back to Venice. Additionally, they captured several prisoners to ransom back to Venice. If Venice refused to pay, they would sell the captives to slavers in Constantinople for profit. Either way, the captives promised financial gain. At the moment, Honoria was savoring the beer Berenger had given her. It was the standard drink prepared on board the vessel. In the middle of her captain's quarters, she was lying on her plush feather mattress, covered in silk sheets. She cherished the freedom of the seas and could not thank Berenger enough for fulfilling her dreams. The only thing she regretted was that her lover was at war while she returned to his borders. If not for that, she might have stopped by Kufstein to engage in some fun with Berenger and Linda. However, Honoria's thoughts were interrupted by a knock on her door. She rose from her bed and walked over to it. Upon opening it, she saw Elfrun standing at the entrance with an excited expression. "Captain, we've spotted a Genoan vessel. It appears to be a carrack." Elfrun blurted out before Honoria could ask. "What are your orders?" Hearing that such a large merchant vessel was nearby brought a smile to Honoria's face. She immediately placed her beer on the cupboard and grabbed her baldric, which contained her pistols and sword. After slinging it over her shoulder, Honoria put on the cavalier hat Berenger had given her and smiled before giving her orders. "We're going to pillage it, of course." Elfrun's excitement grew even further as she grabbed 2 grenades from her belt and rubbed them in anticipation. "I can't wait to use these bad boys." Seeing such a cute expression on the young girl's face as she talked about violence brought a smile to Honoria's immaculate visage. She grabbed the girl and stuffed her into her bosom, exclaiming, "Oh, my sweet little Elfrun, you are just too adorable." Elfrun did not deny the hug and nuzzled against Honoria's chest like a cute little kitten, a smile on her face. After a few moments, Honoria released the girl and dragged her up to the ship's deck, shouting her orders to her crew of salty wenches. "Prepare for battle. We are taking this carrack." The girls on board began to cheer as they loaded their weapons. Before long, the sloop of war, Honoria's privateering vessel, caught up with the Genoan carrack. As they successfully entered firing range, Honoria immediately gave the order. "Fire at will." The moment Honoria gave this command, the 18-pound long guns opened fire on the carrack with their solid shot. They did not intend to cripple or blow up the ship. A carrack was a mighty vessel capable of journeying from the Mediterranean to the Baltic, and as such, it was worth a fortune. If they could capture and repair the vessel, they could sell it to the Byzantines or Granadans for a substantial sum. With this in mind, the cannons fired solid cannonballs into the enemy vessel. Before the Genoans could react, they found themselves being blasted apart. After the first volley of 10 cannonballs, Honoria's crew rapidly began to reload the guns and fire the projectiles again. With each cannonball, more of the carrack was chipped away, and the Genoan sailors were forced to bail the rising water in their vessel. This was not an issue for Honoria's ship, due to the watertight seal created by its galvanized steel-plated hull. The carrack was nearly defenseless against the cannon fire from Honoria's vessel, as it lacked offensive weapons aside from a few crossbows used by the sailors. The roughly 50 sailors aboard the Genoan vessel fired their crossbows at the enemy, but Honoria and her crew were well protected by the ship's hull. In response, the women aboard Honoria's Revenge fired their repeating flintlocks at the enemy sailors. The rate of fire, effective range, and damage these weapons inflicted were vastly superior to the Genoan crossbows. Before long, half of the Genoan sailors were dead, and they began to raise the white flag. After disarming themselves, Honoria's crew lowered the planks and quickly boarded the vessel, restraining the surviving Genoan sailors. The crew of the carrack was surprised to see that the pirates who attacked them were all women. The captain of the vessel began to bark at the attackers. Which one of you is in charge? The moment he said this, Honoria appeared before him with a cruel smirk. She kicked the man in the gut in response to his statement before informing him of her status. I am Captain Valeria Zanara, a privateer licensed by the Kingdom of Austria to combat the enemies of His Majesty, King Berenger. You will show me some respect. The man had just begun to recover from the violent reaction when he spat on the ground and further cursed the woman. Fucking Austrians. Now you've got women doing your dirty work. You fucking barbarians should learn your place. Honoria glared viciously at the captain of the Genoan vessel. These sailors had no respect for women or Berenger's people, and as such, they needed to be taught a lesson. Thus, a devilish idea formed in the princess's mind, and she barked her orders. Elf, run! The little girl immediately jumped up from her spot and saluted Honoria. Yes, Captain? A wicked grin formed across Honoria's immaculate face as she asked Elfrun the question on her mind. Do you think you have a grenade that can fit in this man's mouth? Elfrun went from shock to a state of excitement, matching Honoria's malicious smile. She fumbled in her pockets and found a small steel ball filled with explosive powder and a fuse. The moment she pulled out the small explosive device, the little girl leaped with joy. She walked over to the Genoan captain and forced the grenade into his mouth, with the fuse sticking out. After doing so, she gazed at Honoria, who nodded in response. Upon seeing this, Elfrun lit the fuse with her lighter and backed away from the blast zone. The captain's eyes widened as he tried to scream for help, but it was no use. The grenade was lodged between his jaw, and he could neither spit it out quickly nor make his cries for help audible to his bound compatriots nearby. Witnessing this horrific sight, the Genoan sailors began to scream, "Mercy! Show him mercy, please!" Luckily, the fuse was a slow-burning match, otherwise, the man's head would have exploded by now. Honoria glanced at Elfrun and asked the question on her mind. What do you think? Should we show mercy? The little girl pouted. She wanted to see the man's head explode, purely for scientific reasons, of course. However, after some thought, she decided it might be too cruel and pulled the grenade from the man's mouth, tossing it into the sea. Elfrun then realized the man had literally pissed his pants in fear. Disgusted, she walked back to Honoria's side. It took the Genoan captain a few moments to come to his senses. When he finally looked up at Honoria, it was as if he were staring at the devil. A malicious smile spread across her face, and she leaned in to whisper to him, "Call me a bitch again, and I promise you the next time I will go through with it. Do you understand?" The Genoan captain shivered and nodded silently toward the demonic woman in front of him. Honoria then called out to her crew. You know the drill, put them in the brig, and plunder the vessel. Whatever we can't take, leave on the ship. After all, we're sailing this baby to port. With that, the girls quickly got to work, locking up the prisoners and distributing the goods. Before long, the two ships sailed side by side, guided by Honoria's crew on their journey to Trieste. The gains they made that day were substantial. One thing was sure, Honoria and her crew would be eating well that night. Within the city of Florence, the doges of Venice and Genoa were kneeling before the Holy Roman Emperor. Emperor Balsamo Corsini was beyond livid after the preemptive strike Berenger had launched against his two most powerful vassals. The destruction of the majority of the Genoese and Venetian navies was a massive blow to imperial power, not just in the war against Austria, but across the Mediterranean as a whole. Additionally, Berenger had openly licensed pirates, or privateers as he referred to them, to attack what little shipping remained of the empire. With this in mind, the emperor had called his two subordinates to the current capital of the empire, intending to discuss how to salvage the crisis they were facing. The Venetian doge was the first to speak his mind. 3/4 of my navy was destroyed in the attack on my harbor, along with well over half of my merchant fleet. The attack has laid waste to the pier itself. As such, Venice can no longer accept trade by sea without a port. If that were not bad enough, our shipyards were annihilated, and our factories have been reduced to rubble. Because of this, we cannot build new ships for God knows how long. The Venetian doge's face was flushed with anger, and his fists were clenched as he shouted these words at the emperor. The attack was swift and unexpected. Berenger had purposely sent a Swiss agent on foot to deliver the news of Austria's independence to the emperor. By the time the man reached Florence, Berenger had already carried out preemptive strikes on Venice and Genoa and amassed an army at the Italian borders. The aftermath of these attacks had severely reduced the empire's ability to fight at sea. The Genoan Doge was in no better condition. Despite this, unlike his Venetian counterpart, he remained calm and collected as he informed the emperor of Genoa's losses. "We are in a similar situation. 80% of our armada now lies at the bottom of the Ligurian Sea, our harbor is non-existent, and our ability to manufacture new ships has been crippled. We don't even possess the ability to repair the ships that remain. I must say, Your Majesty, we are poorly equipped to face the Austrian navy at sea." The emperor frowned as he heard this and tapped his armrest repeatedly. The noise echoed in the otherwise silent throne room. He could not believe that such an attack had occurred. Not only that, but the Austrians were now laying siege to Verona as he spoke to his vassals. Eventually, the emperor collected his thoughts before asking the question on his mind. "How many ships do we still have?" The Genoan and Venetian doges looked at one another before the Genoan doge answered the emperor's question. "Less than 300, Your Majesty." The emperor sighed when he heard this. If this was the case, then the empire as a whole had between 300 and 400 ships left available for combat. The losses they had suffered in Berenger's sneak attacks were an unmitigated disaster. As such, the emperor asked the next question on his mind. "How many ships do the Austrians have at their disposal?" The Venetian doge spoke, giving a rough estimate of the Austrian naval power. "In their navy? About 75. However, there also appear to be a half dozen of these so-called privateers attacking any imperial merchant vessel they can get their hands on. So it is closer to 80 in total. The problem is that the Austrian ships are larger and carry far more cannons on board. We don't know the exact number, but they should have thousands of cannons on their 80 or so ships." The emperor gripped his armrest tightly when he heard this report. He gritted his teeth as he struggled to contain his inner fury. Eventually, he calmed himself down before inquiring about the firepower of their remaining fleet. "And pray tell, how many cannons do we have on board our vessels?" The Venetian and Genoan doges looked at one another with fear in their eyes. The two men were terrified to answer the question. Ultimately, the Genoan doge mustered the courage to reveal the truth to the already agitated emperor. "Less than 1,500 in total. The Austrians may have fewer vessels than we do, but their firepower and speed are vastly superior to ours. To engage them in direct conflict is suicidal." This was not the news the emperor wanted to hear. However, it was reality, and he was forced to deal with it. He sighed heavily, placing his face in the palm of his hands as he struggled to come up with a solution to the crisis they were facing. "What are the odds of us being able to attack their shipping? If we can return the favor and cripple their economy, we might be able to turn the tides of war around." In response, the Venetian doge was far from calm. He immediately objected to the feasibility of the idea. "Impossible. The Austrian merchant vessels travel at an incredible speed, nearly 3 times the speed of our ships. There is no feasible method we can use to pursue them effectively." When Balsamo heard this, he began to grind his teeth in discontent. It appeared as if he were out of options at this point. However, he outright refused to abandon the naval aspect of warfare with the Austrians. As such, he began to ask for suggestions from the two naval experts in the room. "Tell me, then, how do you suggest we most effectively utilize our remaining naval power?" With this, the Genoan doge immediately presented what he believed to be the most efficient use of their ships. "We should use our remaining naval vessels as escorts for our merchant ships. With such a large number of warships protecting our trading fleet, the Austrian pirates will have to think twice before attacking them." Having heard this, the Venetian doge nodded, voicing his support for the proposed plan. "If we cannot protect our merchants, our economy will crumble, and we will not be able to sustain the war effort against Austria. I support my Genoan counterpart's plan of action." It was possibly the first time these two men had agreed on anything, and the emperor was quite surprised. Thus, he sighed heavily before making a decision. "We will do as you suggest. I would like to see how daring these privateers are when a naval escort protects our merchant fleet." After this, the two doges nodded their heads in firm resolve. they would immediately relay the orders to their remaining warships to protect merchant convoys at all costs. The emperor then dismissed his 2 vassals so they could make the appropriate preparations. As for the emperor, he sighed heavily as he thought about the numerous problems with the war for Austrian independence. While he was lost in his thoughts, a general entered and handed the emperor a report from the battlefield in the Swiss Confederation. The moment the emperor finished reading the report, he tore it apart in a fit of rage, chastising his general heavily. "The county of Cha has surrendered without a fight? What lunacy is this?" The general bowed his head respectfully as he tried to appease the enraged emperor. "Your Majesty, the county of Che is a hotbed of reformist thought. It does not surprise me in the least that they would defect to Berenger's cause. If this is the case in Che, it could very well become a reality in other parts of the empire that have embraced the German Reformation." The emperor struggled to maintain his dignity as he heard this observation and ultimately failed to do so as he lashed out at his general. "These damned heretics! The fact that you refer to them as reformists shows where your loyalties lie. Get out of my sight before I have you executed." The general was shocked to see the emperor behave in such a manner. He was utterly unaware of the conversation that had just taken place and had no way of knowing that the poor news he brought was just the icing on the cake. Despite his reservations about his mistreatment, he merely bowed respectfully in response to the emperor's command. "As you command, Your Majesty." With the general's departure, the emperor was left alone, seething in his enraged state, as his world began to collapse around him. The truth of the matter was, with half of the empire already embroiled in conflict, the emperor was not ready to fight a war with Austria. The Italians had yet to muster their army in its entirety, and 50,000 Austrians were already laying siege to Verona. By the time the Italians could rally their forces to combat the threat, half of northern Italy was likely to be taken by the Royal Austrian Army. The emperor may be quick to anger, but he knew well enough that if he met the Austrians in the field, only death awaited him and his men. With this in mind, the emperor began to devise a plan to slow the Austrian advance and buy himself the time needed to build an army large enough to counter the Austrian invasion of Italy. Berenger awoke to the thunderous echoes of cannon fire from his encampment. The weapons began firing the moment the sun rose above the city of Verona. In his army of 50,000 men, Berenger had 3 entire brigades dedicated to artillery, totaling 12,000 men and 210 field guns. Considering his entire army, Berenger had a total of 5 artillery brigades, 2 of which were currently located in the Swiss Confederation with Adelbrand and the rest of his forces. Out of 75,000 men, 20,000 were dedicated to artillery, with the remaining 55,000 comprising a mix of infantry and cavalry. This meant that Berenger had a total of 350 artillery pieces in his entire army, most of which were 12-pound cannons from 1417. With these 210 cannons in his current army, each capable of firing 1 round per minute, he could bombard a region with 12,600 explosive shells in an hour. Consequently, the city walls of Verona fell before the population had even consumed breakfast. As the northern wall crumbled to the ground from the intense bombardment, Berenger stood among his forces, clad in his gilded black 3/4 plate armor. He held his burgonet under his arm as he addressed his gathered soldiers in the field. "Men of Austria, we have many goals here in Italy, and it is not simply to force the emperor to recognize the independence of the fatherland. With this war, we have been granted an opportunity for the expansion of our people's wealth and prosperity. In this city, and every city like it here in northern Italy, lies a trove of wealth few countries have ever amassed. There is gold, there is silver, and we will take it all. My rules of war still apply to each and every one of you. However, what I ask of you today, here in Verona, is to plunder every item of value from this city and bring it back to Austria. We will smelt the silver and gold into our currency and stimulate the growth of our economy, which has already begun to stagnate. Anyone who tries to stop you in your actions is to be considered an adversary and treated as such. God with us." The moment Berenger finished his passionate speech, the 50,000 soldiers gathered around him began chanting their war cry, "God with us! God with us! God with us!" After this, Berenger placed his burgonet on his head and unsheathed his sword, leading the charge into the rubble that once was the city's northern wall. As he charged into the fray, he noticed the few thousand defenders gathered among the rubble, preparing to lay down their lives in defense of the city and the people within it. Berenger halted and allowed his soldiers to form ranks, where a battalion of grenadiers fired their shots into the crowd. The moment they did so, the lead projectiles found their way into the men who had gathered before them, piercing through their iron armor as if it were a knife passing through butter, turning their armor into bloody sieves. For good measure, the grenadiers followed the volley by lobbing their grenades at the enemy. After 1,000 grenades exploded, those left standing were either blown apart along with their fallen comrades or rendered unfit for battle. In a matter of seconds, the only thing that stood in the Austrians' way was sorely defeated. In response, the battalion that had fired their shots reloaded their weapons, as the other infantry battalions rushed into the fray. Berenger stood back among his grenadiers, allowing them to reload their weapons in a matter of seconds with their quick-loading tubes. Afterward, they advanced over the piles of mutilated corpses and into the city of Verona, where a chaotic scene unfolded. While Berenger's troops were thoroughly disciplined, to the point where killing or raping civilians was strictly off-limits, they had been ordered to ransack the city. As such, they behaved like a horde of barbarians, kicking down doors and tearing houses apart in search of anything of value. Those few citizens who dared to resist found themselves gunned down or run through with a bayonet. In this chaotic time, the denizens of Verona gazed in horror as their city was torn apart by a horde of Austrian soldiers. Berenger personally led his troops to the area he knew to be stashed with the most significant amount of wealth, which was the city's cathedral. When he kicked down the door to the church, the priests and citizens who had taken refuge inside gazed upon the Austrians with horror, as if they were the same barbarians who had torn Rome apart centuries ago. The priest immediately approached Berenger as he entered the building, holding a cross in his face and proclaiming the cathedral to be unassailable. "This is holy ground, you devils cannot be here. Turn back or face the wrath of God." Upon the priest's neck was a golden crucifix worth a substantial sum, and as such, Berenger gazed at the men with a wicked smile before grabbing the priest by the necklace. As he did so, he stared into the priest's eyes before mocking him. "Relax, I'm not here for your worthless lives, only the wealth your church hoards away." With this said, Berenger ripped the golden crucifix from the priest's neck before knocking him out with a solid punch. The steel gauntlet on Berenger's hand aided in the desired effect. As the priest tumbled to the ground, Berenger caught hold of him to ensure he did not crack his skull on the wooden pews and gently laid him down. As he did so, the crowd of civilians shrieked in horror, but Berenger simply ignored them and commanded his grenadiers to strip the cathedral of its wealth. "Take everything of value, and leave the people be unless they attempt to harm you. Do no harm unto them otherwise." With this, the Austrian soldiers began to tear down the crucifixes, stash away the chalices, and even dismantle the golden statue of Christ, before carrying it away. After everything of value had been seized, Berenger and his troops left the cathedral in a bare state, with the civilians inside bawling like children. It did not take an army of 50,000 men long to ransack everything of worth within the city of Verona, and they had turned the city upside down in the process. After acquiring every small piece of gold and silver and transferring it into a giant pile outside the city, Berenger stood before his troops and gazed upon the wealth that Verona had stashed away. An avaricious smirk spread across the young monarch's face as he witnessed the spoils of war. Yet, it was not enough. The true prize was in the city of Florence, where an exceptionally wealthy family of bankers had fortunes that could rival even Berenger's. This family was not yet nobility, yet they held enough wealth to finance Berenger's enemies, which included the entire Catholic Church. Berenger's true goal in this war was not something as simple as independence. It was to strip away every bit of gold and silver the Medici had stashed away, thereby crippling the Vatican's ability to finance a crusade against him. Austrian independence and the establishment of a separate northern Italian kingdom as a protectorate under his suzerainty were secondary to acquiring the vast fortune of the Medici. However, these were plans for the near future. For now, Berenger had other thoughts in mind. As such, he delivered another impassioned speech to his troops as they gazed upon the wealth they had acquired from Venice with greed. "Any man among you who, in a moment of weakness, has stashed away some spoils from this battle, step forward and add it to the pile, and I will grant you impunity. I know the hearts of men. I too have the instinct to hoard this pile of gold away in some corner of Austria, never allowing it to see the light of day. Yet, I am strong enough in my conviction to utilize every speck of wealth we have gained today, and in our future campaign in Italy, for one single purpose, the minting of currency. I will not lie to you, our kingdom faces economic stagnation. There is not enough gold and silver to go around to fill the pockets of the people of Austria, who work every day for a better future. This wealth is not intended for my personal fortune, but for the prosperity of all Austrians. So, those among you who have stashed away some of the gains you have found within this city, I implore you once more to step forward and add it to the pile. If not for yourselves, then for the good of the kingdom. There was silence for some time until one man, in particular, walked forward. This man was Captain Arnwald, respected by the soldiers under his command. As Berenger had said in a moment of weakness, Arnwald had stashed away a small pouch filled with gold coins in his belt's containers. After the man had emptied the pouch of coins into the vast pile, it did not take long before more men followed suit and emptied their hidden wealth onto the pile. Before long, over half the army had done so, until not a single piece of treasure remained in the hands of his soldiers. As Berenger saw this, he nodded his head and smiled upon his men, and made them a solemn vow. For your loyalty and faith in your fatherland, I will make you a promise here on this day. Every single piece of this treasure shall be used to invest in the future of the Kingdom of Austria. With it, you and your family shall see greater heights of prosperity. Make no mistake, you all shall see your fair share of the spoils we gain in this war. After saying this, Arnwald saluted Berenger and voiced his chant. For King and Fatherland. The entire army repeated these words in unison. After the speech, Berenger had every piece of treasure that was pooled in the pile recorded and sent a convoy of 5,000 men to ensure its safe return to the royal treasury of Austria. Berenger would stay true to his vow and use the vast stockpile of gold and silver, smelting it down into the pure currency he had established. In doing so, he was able to temporarily stall the stagnation issues his economy was facing and, in doing so, bring greater prosperity to all of Austria. After Honoria and her crew attacked and ransacked 2 imperial vessels, they immediately set course for the port of Trieste. Trieste quickly became a significant trading hub within Austria, as it was the realm's largest harbor. After several days of sailing, Honoria and her crew finally arrived in the city, where they intended to sell the goods they had captured for a fair price. Honoria, with Militia and Elfrun by her side, stepped off the vessel and began searching the marketplace for an appropriate buyer. The rest of her crew waited on board, guarding the prisoners and anticipating their pay so they could enjoy some R&R. After strolling through the markets of Trieste for some time, Honoria came across a textile trader. The Granadan merchant was stunned to see a group of women dressed in pants and wearing weapon belts walking around the market. His initial instinct was to ignore the women, but as they approached, he sighed and put on a friendly facade. How can I help you? With that, Honoria took out 2 shipping manifests she had captured from the imperial vessels. We have these goods to sell, I'm sure you might be interested in our wares. The merchant scanned the items listed on the manifests. Initially, his expression was dull, but as he read their contents, his dark eyes shone with avarice. The manifest listed the highest quality Byzantine silk and Indian cotton items that were not easy for a Granadan merchant to acquire. He was greatly interested in bringing these materials back to the emirate to sell for a profit. Of course, silk and cotton were not the only things that caught his interest. The purple dye was the most attractive of all the goods the women had to offer. After a few moments of thought, the merchant began to inquire about the origins of such fine materials. Where did you get such exquisite items? If these goods were stolen, it could cause considerable difficulty for the man. Judging by the attire the women wore, they likely weren't merchants. However, to the man's surprise, Honoria pulled out a letter and handed it to him. This piece of parchment was the letter of marque and reprisal that Berenger had signed, permitting Honoria to engage in piracy against the Kingdom of Austria's enemies. By this time, the term privateer had become quite notorious among Mediterranean merchants. Berenger's introduction of privateering was an action heavily criticized by various states with coastlines in the region. Despite these protests, many merchants were willing to purchase such wares, as they could be resold at substantially higher prices in their home countries. As such, the merchant was far from reluctant to buy the goods. If anything, it was in his favor that these women had found him to fence their ill-gotten gains. After some consideration, the man raised 2 fingers to name his price for the goods. I will pay 10,000 Austrian thalers for the cotton and silk. As for the purple dye, I am greatly interested, but the cost is negotiable. Upon hearing the merchant's offer, Honoria discussed the costs with her crew members. I think it's a good deal. That is a substantial sum, slightly below market value. After all, the merchant needs to resell the goods to make a profit. As for the purple dye, we have 5 pounds of the substance, and it is worth 3 times its weight in gold. As such, we should demand guldens in exchange for it. Melissa nodded in agreement. The gulden was used for large transactions like this, and they highly doubted the merchant had 107,143 Austrian thalers on hand. Consequently, she quickly agreed with Honoria. I agree, the gulden is better for trading. The amount of dye we have is worth roughly 1,530 Austrian guldens. This is a fortune. We should ask for 1,500, so we can still make a decent profit. Elfron was primarily left out of the conversation, so Honoria and Melissa agreed to present their offer to the Granadan merchant. Honoria put on a confident facade as she did so. My offer is 1,500 guldens. If you don't like it, I'm sure other merchants would kill for the opportunity to buy such a stockpile of purple dye at the price I've offered. The merchant knew the market value of such a precious substance, and it could be sold for an even higher price in Granada than in Austria. Relations between Granada and Byzantium were complicated, which had significantly hindered trade between the two nations over the years. Very well, if you transfer the materials to my vessel, I will meet you there with the promised sum. It is a pleasure doing business with you girls. After saying this, the man provided the location for the meeting, and Honoria and the others returned to their ship to gather the resources for the trade. Just by selling the textiles and dye, they had gained a substantial profit. If deposited into the National Bank of Austria, they could withdraw the value equivalent in Austrian thalers, roughly 490 thalers per Austrian gulden. Before long, the members of Honoria's crew handed over the goods in exchange for several chests filled with Austrian thalers and guldens. After carefully calculating the value of the goods and checking for counterfeits, Honoria accepted the transaction. Upon returning to the sloop of war known as Honoria's Revenge, the crew gathered around the chests filled with large silver and gold coins. They could not believe their eyes as they gazed upon the pile of wealth. The fortune before them was enough to buy a manor for several crew members and retire peacefully. However, greed was a natural human instinct. After seeing how much they had gained without suffering any casualties, not a single woman among Honoria's crew desired to retire after just 2 battles. Silver and gold had an unnatural effect on the human mind. Men and women alike would be willing to stab their siblings in the back for more. However, rather than turn on each other, these women desired to raid the merchants of the Holy Roman Empire. Reflecting on her own desire to do so, Honoria decided to give a speech to her crew. We will distribute the wealth we have gained equally among each member of the crew. We are one family on Honoria's Revenge, and thus we will share our fortune equally. You may do what you wish with your share. However, I will be depositing mine into the National Bank of Austria under an account in my name, and I advise you to do the same. It is far safer under the protection of the Austrian crown than hidden away in some far corner of the world. After saying this, not a single woman among the gathered crew members could disagree with Honoria's words. They were privateers licensed by the Austrian crown and afforded legal protection in that regard. They were no mere pirates and, therefore, did not have to worry about their assets being seized by the government. Before long, Honoria and her crew had sold all of their goods, including the carrack they had gained from the Genoan merchants, amassing a substantial fortune on their first run. With this in mind, Honoria kept her word and divided the shares equally among her crew members. This was the result of the first of many pillages that the women of Honoria's Revenge would engage in during the Austrian War for Independence. While Berenger was marching toward his next target, the city of Milan, his supply routes were maintained by 5,000 soldiers who had transferred the treasure hoard gained from ransacking Verona. These men were dedicated to ensuring that the main army was well supplied and that any spoils were transported back to the royal treasury in Kufstein. However, due to the nature of their mission, they quickly became targets for the Italian forces. Since the Italians could not match Austria on the battlefield, they began resorting to skirmishing tactics against the enemy's scouting regiments. In response, Berenger devised a series of search and destroy tactics to hunt down the ambushers before his march. To reinforce the logistical network, Berenger increased the number of soldiers from 5,000 to 5,500, including a few scouts to ensure the path ahead was secure. The force was led by a colonel, who was Captain Arnwald's superior officer, with Arnwald's grenadier unit serving as the central offensive unit. At the moment, this supply caravan was encamped in the fields between the Italian Alps and Milan. It was early morning, and the men had just woken up. They were in the process of tearing down the camp to begin their long march to Milan, where Berenger's main army was expected to be. Captain Arnwald was sharing a hemp cigarette with the colonel as they discussed their plans over a map in the command tent. "Our supply route should lead us safely to the front lines, where we can resupply King Berenger and his forces," Arnwald said. "The scouts have spotted ahead and assured us that there are no traps or ambushes on our path. Give it another day or two, and we should arrive at our destination without incident." Arnwald, however, was not convinced. Things had been quiet since they began their journey back to the front lines. Over a week had passed since the siege of Verona, and during this time, they had traveled to Kufstein and back. Yet, they had not encountered a single enemy ambush or any attempt at one. It was mind-boggling. After all, the best tactic the Italians could use to slow down the Austrian advance was to ambush smaller units detached from the main Austrian army. Despite being separated from the main force and tasked with maintaining the supply routes into Italy, the Italians had seemingly ignored their intrusion. It was almost as if they were watching and waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike while the Austrians least expected it. This made Arnwald quite paranoid, as he was confident the Italians would target the Austrian logistical network. Nonetheless, neither the scouts nor the intelligence agency had reported any nearby hostiles. As Arnwald and the colonel discussed their plans for the remainder of their journey, an unarmored Italian knight dressed in simple attire was spotted in the distance, overlooking the Austrian encampment from the hilltops above. The Italian crown had become aware of the infiltration into northern Italy by Berenger's spy network. In response to this threat, the Italians had adopted a compelling tactic. They began to shed their arms and armor and travel under the guise of refugee and merchant caravans. After all, their armor was practically useless against Austria's wonder weapons. The difference between these caravans and actual refugee groups was that they were composed of battle-hardened soldiers of Italy, carrying hidden arms needed to ambush the Austrian armies. They had even brought women and children with them to make their presence convincing, not fearing what would happen to the poor souls once the battle erupted. After carefully observing the Austrian encampment and the soldiers for some time, the Italian knight rode his horse back to his unit, where he informed his commanding officers of what he had discovered. Since the Austrians were in the middle of tearing down their camp, it was the perfect time to ambush them. Before long, the so-called refugee convoy approached the Austrian forces, who were preparing to move out. With only a few men on guard, it took some time before the Italian caravan was spotted between the hillsides of the Milanese plains. When the Austrians finally realized an unknown caravan was approaching, the guards lowered their weapons toward the approaching strangers. However, before they could give their commands, the men on horseback within the Italian forces unleashed their blades and charged toward the guards, piercing through their open-faced helmets and ending their lives. The moment the cavalry charged into the encampment, a large group of Italian soldiers split off and began swarming the Austrian soldiers before they could grab their weapons to retaliate. As the Italian men-at-arms charged toward the Austrian soldiers, arrows and bolts began to rain into the encampment. The camp quickly found itself overrun by the Italian soldiers, who began to butcher the Austrian soldiers struggling to equip themselves in response to the well-planned ambush. While chaos erupted in the camp, a soldier rushed into the command tent, informing the colonel and Captain Arnwald of the enemy ambush. "Sir, we are under attack." Both the colonel and Captain Arnwald gazed at each other in confusion. Where had the enemy soldiers come from? Despite their questions, both officers knew now was not the time to ask. Instead, firm action was needed to be taken if they wished to survive the enemy ambush. With this in mind, the colonel and Captain Arnwald burst from the command tent and began to rally their troops for battle. "Form ranks. Grab your muskets and form ranks, damn it." Hearing the confident voice of their commanding officer pierce through the air was enough to snap the nearby soldiers into action, where their reflexes as battle-hardened veterans immediately took over. Now was the time for the extensive training they had been put through to truly reveal itself. The soldiers rushed into their tents, where they retrieved their 14-17/18 rifled muskets, along with their webgear containing their munitions. Before long, the Austrians began to form ranks while firing upon the so-called refugees who had snuck into their encampment. Thousands of Austrians had now armed themselves with their muskets and began to effectively counter the Italian assault. As they rapidly reloaded their weapons and fired a second volley, the Italian forces were quickly cut to ribbons. As the battle continued to wage, Arnwald rallied his grenadiers, who fulfilled their purpose as the shock troops of the Austrian army. Without fear, they began to load their muskets and fire into the mob of Italian soldiers. After doing so, they lit their grenades and lobbed them into the fray. Once the grenades had exploded, killing hundreds of Italians in the process, they fixed their bayonets. The fearless grenadiers charged at the concussed soldiers of the Italian army, skewering them with the triangular steel blades, leaving the Italians to bleed out in a pool of their bodily fluids. Meanwhile, a few dozen Italian knights recovered muskets from the fallen Austrian soldiers. After doing so, they immediately mounted their horses and fled into the distance. The moment they did, the remaining Italian soldiers took notice and began to retreat, providing cover for the knights as they escaped from the chaotic battlefield. The tides of war rapidly shifted in the Austrians' favor. As the Austrians regained their footing, the Italian ambushers were quickly slaughtered like stray dogs. The battle had ended as soon as it had begun, with an overwhelming victory for the Austrian soldiers. Unfortunately, the knights had gotten away with a few dozen muskets, which they would undoubtedly bring back to the Empire's engineers. One thing was certain: such a result would have far-reaching consequences regarding the leaking of technology and the advancements that Berenger's enemies would soon possess. The days of overwhelming technological dominance would quickly come to an end. If Berenger did not innovate his armies further, he would soon be combating forces with a similar military capacity to his own. While the Austrian supply caravan suffered many losses on their journey to Milan due to enemy ambushes, Adalbrand marched toward the rally point of the Swiss forces in Zurich. Until now, the Swiss had not experienced the power of steel and shot, leading to their arrogance. Aside from the mercenaries wiped out during Berenger's rise to power, the Swiss were unaware of the effectiveness of Berenger's weaponry and refused to believe that the Austrians had become superior to their forces. Consequently, there was a degree of arrogance among the Swiss armies gathered in Zurich as they witnessed the Austrian soldiers arriving outside the city's borders, clad in black and gold equipment. The commander of the Swiss forces in Zurich was the Duke of Zurich, the current head of the Swiss Confederation and a man of renowned power in the Alpine state. As he gazed upon the gathering Austrian army from his ramparts, a smug smile formed on his face, and he boldly declared the city's impregnability. "I don't care what wonder weapons these Austrians have allegedly created, they will not be able to penetrate the mighty walls of my city." However, the moment he said this, the roar of the 14-17 12-pound artillery pieces echoed through the air as the shells whistled by and detonated upon the stone walls. In a twist of cosmic irony, the section of the wall where the Duke of Zurich stood was struck by one of these shells. The explosive impact crushed the ramparts, sending him spiraling down to his death. With each barrage fired, the stone walls were rapidly chipped away as the explosive blasts engulfed the material they were made of. With 140 cannons unleashing hell upon the city walls, it was only a matter of hours before they crumbled, much to the chagrin of the Swiss defenders. As the Austrian soldiers poured over the rubble that was once the mighty walls of the city, deemed impregnable by the Duke of Zurich, the Swiss could hardly believe the sight. In such a short period, the city walls were reduced to ruins, and the enemy rushed into the fray with bayonets affixed, forming ranks and firing on the stunned Swiss defenders. Adalbrand gazed upon his army from afar as they advanced into the city and engaged in battle with the Swiss soldiers who had gathered within its gates. Unfortunately, they had arrived early and were battling only half of the troops the Swiss Confederation could muster. Without a doubt, Zurich would fall that day, along with half of the Swiss army. With this in mind, Adalbrand approached the front lines of the battle, where he witnessed the Austrian soldiers gunning down the Swiss spearmen who rushed towards their lines. The Swiss had not been informed that human wave tactics were ineffective against the Austrian army. As they drew closer to the Austrian lines, smoke filled the air, and thunder echoed in the distance as thousands of guns fired in unison, shredding through the armor of the Swiss soldiers like a knife through butter and tearing apart their internal organs. Blood and bone scattered across the battlefield with each volley, creating panic among the Swiss forces. In the height of their hubris, they had not believed that the Austrian weapons could so easily pierce their high-quality armor. The Duke of Zurich was now buried beneath the rubble of the wall he was standing on, his head crushed like a melon as a giant piece of stone debris replaced where his skull once was. He did not survive the initial barrage and therefore could not rally the city's defenders. With their chain of command broken, it did not take long for the Swiss soldiers to break ranks and flee through the city's rear gates, struggling to escape at the cost of their comrades' lives. Unlike in Italy, the plan was not to raid and plunder the Swiss cities. Instead, it was a matter of conquest and annexation. Thus, while Swiss soldiers fled the city rapidly, the Austrians secured the critical areas and left the civilians to their own devices. After a few hours, the battle had come to a close, and all resistance within the once mighty city of Zurich had fallen. The Austrian flag was slowly raised above its walls as Adalbrand gazed upon the setting sun with a stoic expression. While gazing into the distance, his second-in-command approached him and relayed the information he had received. Out of the 10,000 Swiss soldiers stationed in Zurich, over half were killed in battle. As for our casualties, less than 1,000 men were wounded or killed in action. What are the plans for the deceased? Adalbrand sighed before shifting his attention from the beautiful sunset to his executive officer. Bring the Austrians back to the fatherland and have them buried in the national cemetery. As for the Swiss soldiers, bury them most fittingly. We are here to rule over these people, and we should not make a mockery of their dead. The officer nodded in response to these orders. As he prepared to leave, he remembered a note in his pocket that had arrived from the Italian front. He retrieved the letter and read its contents to General Adalbrand. The supply caravan tasked with providing logistical support to Berenger's army has been ambushed. They suffered minimal casualties, and a few dozen muskets were looted. Berenger has advised all forces that the enemy may disguise themselves as refugees or merchants, and we should remain vigilant. It seems the enemy has realized they cannot contend with us in the field and are now using unconventional tactics. After hearing this, Adalbrand sighed heavily before giving his orders to the officer. Double the protection of our logistical network, and relay these orders to the officers in charge. I don't want any mishaps on our campaign. If the Italians have adopted such tactics, it is only a matter of time before the Swiss do as well. After hearing this, the officer saluted General Adalbrand and responded in the affirmative. Yes, sir. General Adalbrand returned the man's salute and gave him one last order for the day. Dismissed. With that, the officer left the area where Adalbrand was standing, and the general was left alone, gazing off into the beautiful sunset that filled the sky with a unique blend of orange and purple light. Only one thought escaped his lips as he reflected on the new information he had received. Looks like things won't be so boring after all. With these events, the war for Austrian independence had taken a new turn. The days of significant field battles and human wave tactics would soon come to an end, as the Italian and Swiss forces would engage in unconventional warfare against the numerically and technologically superior Royal Austrian Army. The Austrian occupation and annexation of Switzerland would become a long and brutal conflict, as the non-German population was sure to retaliate against the forces that ruled over them with an iron fist. Berenger had no tolerance for those who did not toe the line, and rebellion could not be allowed. Despite the Austrian conquest of Zurich, the war for Switzerland had only just begun. It remained to be seen whether General Adalbrand could adapt to the new tactics employed by the enemy. Among the crew of Honoria's Revenge, one last stood out among the primarily European members. This woman was named Naziha el-Fahmi, hailing from the Mamluk Sultanate. She had made her way to Austria as a slave earlier in her life. However, due to Berenger's legal reforms that outlawed slavery within the Kingdom of Austria, Naziha soon found herself free but without work. As both a woman and a minority, she was not afforded the privileges that most Austrians received. With nowhere to go, she ended up selling her body to sustain herself in the city of Kufstein. A foreign beauty was highly desirable to many of the patrons who visited the brothel where she had worked. One fateful day, while purchasing supplies, Naziha came across Princess Honoria, who introduced herself as Valeria Zanara. The two chatted for some time before the runaway princess offered Naziha a chance at a life of freedom and fortune. After carefully considering the offer, Naziha joined Valeria's crew. She did not mind that Valeria was Byzantine. Despite their peoples being bitter enemies for centuries, Naziha was not a member of the Byzantine aristocracy responsible for the numerous invasions into her homeland.
As she integrated into Honoria's crew, Naziha began to enjoy her new life. However, the more she used the weapons provided by the Austrian crown, the more she became convinced that such weapons needed to be smuggled into her homeland to help repel the Byzantine invaders. Due to Austria's military aid, most of Egypt and Libya had fallen to the Byzantines. With it, the most economically significant regions of her homeland had fallen to their bitter enemies. As a profoundly patriotic woman, Naziha desired to aid her people in any way she could. Thus, while the crew of Honoria's Revenge was docked in the city of Benghazi to sell the loot they had obtained from the vessels they had recently ransacked, Naziha was undertaking another mission. Hidden beneath her cloak was one of the 1421 repeating flintlocks that Berenger had designed for Honoria's use. She was secretly heading to a clandestine meeting with a representative of the Mamluk Sultanate. Unbeknownst to her, she had been followed by a mysterious agent in the shadows. For over a year, Linda's spy network had expanded to Byzantium and the Mamluk Sultanate. With the opening of trade routes across the Mediterranean, largely due to Berenger's naval expansion, opportunities for embedding agents in coastal regions presented themselves. Never one to miss an opportunity, Linda had taken this chance to expand and strengthen her spy network. As a result, a small cell of Austria's intelligence agency was located in Benghazi and had become aware of this meetup. They had quickly identified the target and followed her to the meeting, where she now stood face to face with a member of the Mamluk military. The man, a high-ranking official tasked by the Sultan to procure the advanced weaponry Naziha claimed to have, asked the question on his mind. "Do you have what you promised to bring?" Naziha nodded silently before revealing the repeating flintlock. The moment the officer saw the weapon, he knew it was far more advanced than the arquebus used by the Byzantine forces. He reached out and grabbed the weapon, pointing it into the air and cocking the action before firing. The shot flew into the air, and after it had done so, he cocked the flintlock back and fired again. After several uses of the weapon, the officer nodded with an excited grin on his lips. He handed the gun to a subordinate and took out a small chest filled with gold coins, which he handed to Naziha. "Your service to the Sultanate is greatly appreciated. This is a small reward on behalf of the Sultan as proof of his gratitude." Naziha's eyes widened as she saw the wealth. She quickly grasped it and stashed it away beneath her cloak, bowing her head respectfully before departing from the meeting area. Unbeknownst to her, after she left earshot, the officer and his assistant were assassinated by Austrian agents. The weapon was recovered, and Honoria was informed of the woman's betrayal. When Naziha finally returned to the vessel, having spent her newfound wealth on frivolities, she found Honoria and the crew gathered before her, armed and ready to restrain her. Naziha knew not what she had done to invoke their ire but realized she was in trouble. Before she could escape, one of the girls hit her on the back of the head with the stock of her firearm, knocking her out completely. When she finally came to, she was tied up with steel wire rope and lined up against the ship's edge. Naziha had no idea that her treachery had been revealed and attempted to plead with Honoria. "Captain? What are you doing? Let me go, I have done nothing wrong." However, in response, Honoria simply sneered in disgust and retrieved the repeating flintlock that Naziha had sold to the Sultanate. The weapon bore the same proof mark and serial number as the musket she had handed over to the Sultanate. Upon seeing this, the Arab beauty's eyes widened in disbelief. Observing Naziha's expression, a sadistic grin curved Honoria's immaculate lips as she asked the question on her mind. "Do you deny selling the weapons provided by the Austrian crown to its enemies?" After hearing this, Naziha looked away. She knew there was nothing she could say to prove her innocence. Clearly, the agents of the Austrian crown had discovered her betrayal and had the evidence to prove it. Resigning herself to her fate, she had no way of knowing just how cruel the punishment for her crimes would be. With the evidence presented before the crew and no denial of the crimes, Honoria declared Naziha's guilt for all to see. "Naziha el-Fahmi, for supplying the rivals of the Austrian crown with the advanced weapons His Majesty's generosity has afforded us, you have not only betrayed this crew but endangered the lives of every sister you have fought beside. For the crimes of treason and mutiny, there is only one punishment. I sentence you to be keelhauled. May God have mercy on your soul." With this decree, the steel wire rope bindings were looped beneath the vessel, and Naziha was tossed into the Mediterranean.
As the ship sailed, Naziha was slowly dragged along the keel, accumulating multiple lacerations on her back as she was violently forced across the sharp, steel-plated keel. Whether she bled out in the water or drowned was uncertain, but what was undeniable was that Naziha died a miserable death for her actions against the crew and, more importantly, the crown of Austria. If Berenger's agents were not already in Benghazi spying on the Sultanate for the Byzantine Empire, then the likelihood of Berenger's rivals reverse engineering such advanced weaponry within the next 10 years was high. Luckily for Austria, their intelligence network had spread across the Mediterranean and was able to intercept such valuable technology before it fell into the wrong hands. With the increase in trade to the Mediterranean regions, Berenger was able to easily infiltrate the societies that shared the sea, to a degree that depended on the areas his agents had entered. With this in mind, Honoria sighed heavily as she returned to her captain's quarters with a bottle of whiskey in hand. It was never easy to punish someone you thought of as a friend after they had betrayed you. As such, the runaway princess began to sulk alone in her room, drinking from the whiskey bottle and expressing her thoughts aloud.
Berenger, I miss you. When will you return home?
Unbeknownst to Honoria, Elfron had been listening to her complaints from the other side of the door, with an ugly expression on her otherwise cute face. The fact that Honoria thought of Berenger in such times greatly annoyed the adolescent girl. As such, she refused to stand by and listen to Honoria's words. Instead, she departed from the corridor in silence.
Nobody ever knew that she had been eavesdropping on the captain.
While Berenger was away at war, Chancellor Otto von Graz was running the state in his absence. Although there were a few garrisons throughout the kingdom, the fear of invasion from foreign powers had begun to infect the minds of a small portion of the populace. In response, Count Otto devised an idea and presented it before the Reichstag. This idea was loosely based on some of the drunken ramblings Otto had shared with King Berenger in the days before the war. Otto, an efficient statesman, was entirely capable of being inspired by Berenger's half-formed intoxicated ideas and turning them into practical reality. At this moment, the Chancellor of Austria stood within the Reichstag, addressing the gathered congressmen. As a representative of the people, Gunther was among the crowd of men elected by people of all social standings to represent the people's interests. As such, he was privy to the ideas presented by the Chancellor as he spoke with passion. Months ago, I discussed with King Berenger a matter of critical importance to the safety and security of the Kingdom of Austria. We spoke about forming a National Guard, a registered and well-regulated group of civilians who would undergo military training on weekends and act as an extension of the pre-existing armed forces. The purpose of this National Guard is to ensure that the Austrian people are sufficiently armed and trained to defend their lives and property in the event of a foreign invasion. Today, I have given each of you a copy of my proposed plan for the Austrian National Guard. All able-bodied men between the ages of 16 and 20 will be required to undergo weekly training based on military standards, including physical fitness, firearms training, and tactics. Of course, these men will be appropriately compensated for their time training in the militia. With that said, I will leave this proposed bill for all of you to look over and discuss. However, now more than ever, I think it is crucial that we ensure Austria is well protected from all internal and external threats. With these words, the Chancellor left the podium and returned to his chateau in Kufstein, where he began to relax until an agreement could be reached between the legislature and himself. With nothing to do while the Reichstag debated, he enjoyed a nice cup of coffee. While Otto was enjoying his free time, Gunther was in the middle of reviewing the proposal. It was by no means a poor idea, and he knew that Austria had the capability to supply the militia with the weapons necessary for their objectives. As such, he was in favor of establishing a national militia. After all, the garrisons spread throughout Austria were not enough to protect the fields and the village folk from a potential invasion. With this in mind, he looked over at the other representatives, who were engaged in a fierce debate. Many of them had sons within the age group listed and feared their children being forced to take up arms to defend the nation in the event of an attack. Gunther decided he would do his best to convince the Reichstag to agree to Chancellor Otto's terms. The man shivered in anxiety as he approached the podium and tried to gain the attention of the arguing representatives.
"Excuse me."
However, his actions went completely unnoticed, so he steeled his resolve and spoke with more force.
"Quiet down."
When Gunther shouted these words at the top of his lungs, everyone finally noticed someone was standing at the podium and became intrigued.
Gunther cleared his throat before speaking in an authoritative voice. Some of you may not be aware of who I am, but my name is Gunther. I am a representative chosen by the people of Kufstein to voice their interests. I know many of you come from noble backgrounds, but let me tell you who I am. Until 4 years ago, I was a common serf. I tended the fields for my masters, the von Kufstein family. When I first met King Berenger, he was a frail, sickly youth, but he had a dream. A dream of a self-sustaining Kufstein where the people were fairly compensated for their labor. It is a dream where any person, regardless of their upbringing, can achieve success based on their merit. At first, I thought he was just an idealistic youth, but over the past 4 years, I have seen the town I grew up in transform into a marvelous city. Berenger von Kufstein conquered Tyrol after Count Lothar betrayed Duke Wilmar through the hard work of men better than me. To my surprise, the man who once tilled the field beside me is now the Count of Tyrol. He brought the same innovations that led his barony to prosperity to the entire county. Yet that was not enough. When the Bavarians invaded, Berenger led the men of Tyrol to retake Austria as a whole. Sadly, the duke and his line had passed away soon after, and Berenger was named the new duke. We have enjoyed a stable peace over the past 2 years, allowing us to grow in wealth and prosperity. King Berenger has done the unthinkable. He has created a world where a lowly farmer like myself can own and operate land with my family. The wealth I have gained has allowed me to buy more land and expand my holdings. I now have a factory under construction that will produce paper from the products I grow. 4 years ago, I could never have imagined such a fate, but this is the reality we all see. Without Berenger and the brave men who have laid down their lives to pave the way for this future, I would not be where I am today. I likely would have starved to death alongside my family during a particularly harsh winter. So, I think it is the duty of all men, capable of bearing arms, to at least provide a last line of defense for our homeland. While our soldiers are away at war, securing our independence, the responsibility to protect our homes, families, businesses, and most importantly, our nation, should fall to every able-bodied man in Austria. I, for one, support the move for a National Guard, and I hope that each of you will reflect upon what you have gained from the sacrifice of young men who have fought and died to achieve what we have under Berenger's leadership. That is all I have to say. With this impassioned speech, Gunther stepped down from the podium and returned to his seat. As he did so, he heard a slow clap that began to spread. Before long, the entire room was filled with applause. The House leader then stood up at the podium and began to cast a vote. All in favor of the establishment of a national militia as proposed by Chancellor Otto von Graz? After Gunther's speech, those who had reservations about the bill were silenced and even showed their support for the idea. The decision was ultimately unanimous, and after the Reichstag passed it, the bill would be sent to the Senate, where they would vote on it. It would only be after it was approved in the Senate that it would be sent to the Chancellor's office, where, in Berenger's absence, the Chancellor had the authority to sign it into law. The Militia Act of 1421 became the first significant piece of legislation passed entirely by the fledgling semi-constitutional government that Berenger had established. While he was away at war, the capable hands he left in charge of Austria's governance began the process of creating a society where martial training at a young age would one day be considered the norm. While the war for Austria's independence was ongoing within the Kingdom of Italy and the Swiss Confederation, another battle was beginning to intensify as the Granadans fought against the Iberian Union. Thanks to Austrian military aid, the Granadan forces had grown and were relatively well trained, at least compared to their enemies. Hassan's soldiers were engaged in a bloody conflict at his borders, defending the last vestige of Al-Andalus. Meanwhile, Hassan was entertaining himself with women and wine back at his palace in Granada. Unlike Berenger, Hassan had no desire to lead from the front lines. The few battles he had fought were enough to last him a lifetime. Instead, he left the war effort to his commanders, aided by Austrian military advisors. The young sultan lounged on a sofa while his wives attended to his needs, feeding him a bowl of grapes as he sipped his fortified wine. During Hassan's purge, Berenger's guards had killed one of his wives who attempted to take his life, and he had eliminated another who was loyal to the fundamentalist faction. As a result, the young sultan now had no more than 2 wives. Despite this, he was looking to expand his harem. However, he would not accept just any woman. He wanted a harem of beautiful, young women to take care of his needs, as Berenger had obtained. While basking in hedonism, a gorgeous young woman approached the young sultan.
She was quite tall, with an exceptionally curvy figure, and her measurements were said to be perfect, with her bust even more significant than Linda's. Her tan skin glistened with sweat from the heat of the arid climate surrounding the city of Granada. This woman was dressed in a traditional silk kaftan-style dress dyed purple, with golden embroidery. She wore a matching face veil made of sheer silk, giving it a semi-translucent appearance. Her dark hair was tied up into a ponytail, and her glistening amber eyes were enough to intoxicate any man who gazed upon the vivid gemstones that were her irises.
This woman was not one of Hassan's wives, instead, it was his older sister, Yasmin.
When she saw her little brother lazing about with his wives, rather than leading his armies, she crossed her arms beneath her heavy bosom and began to chastise the young sultan as if he were a mere child.
My. What do I see here?
If it isn't my sweet little brother, lazing about in Granada while you send your soldiers to die on the front lines against our enemies.
If I didn't know any better, I would say that you are afraid of battle.
When the princess said this, the sultan's wives glared at her viciously. They were aware of the way she pampered her little brother and were also jealous of her natural beauty.
Despite their skimpy attire, resembling that of a belly dancer, they could not captivate a man's interest while Yasmin was in the room. Sensing their hostility, Yasmin smiled cruelly beneath her veil before shooing the pesky vixens away.
If you don't mind, I have some proper business to discuss with my little brother.
Though Hassan's wives continued to glare at her, Hassan ultimately sighed and dismissed his women.
Go!
As Yasmin has said, we have business to discuss.
With this, the two wives begrudgingly left the room. Only after Yasmin was certain the two women were out of earshot did she further condemn Hassan's actions. Honestly, little brother, I know there are no women at the front lines, but as Sultan, it is your job to inspire your troops on the battlefield, even if you do not directly participate. I can hardly think of a monarch who stands toe-to-toe with his soldiers on the front lines. If word gets out that you retreated from the war effort to bask in the arms of your wives, what will your soldiers think of you?
Would they consider you a sultan worth dying for?
As Hassan heard these harsh words, his expression fell. After a moment, he stretched out on the couch and yawned in exhaustion. I'm just not fit for warfare. I nearly died in the last battle I fought. I almost had my head taken off by one of my cannons. I've decided to leave war to the men best suited for it. Besides, with Austrian support, there's no way we can lose this war. Seeing Hassan's relaxed composure, Yasmin sighed before sitting down next to him, stroking his dark hair, which matched her own. She pampered the young sultan as if he were a mere child. As she did so, she offered words of wisdom.
I only criticize you because I care about you.
You rely too much on your allies and not enough on your own power.
What if the Austrians have ill intentions toward our emirate?
After all, they are Christian, and though they may be reformists, that does not mean the centuries of hatred between our people can be erased so easily. Despite her warning, Hassan did not seem concerned. Instead, he shifted his attention and gazed into his sister's gorgeous amber eyes with a look of affection.
That won't happen.
I know Berenger intends to use us to stall the Catholic Church, but we need him if we wish to survive this turbulent era. So I have decided that the next time I see him, I will do my best to convince him to take your hand in marriage and cement this fragile alliance of ours for the foreseeable future. The moment Yasmin heard her brother's plans for her, she withdrew her hand in shock and looked the other way, struggling to come up with words to convince him otherwise.
Hassan.
However, before she could finish, Hassan raised his hand to silence her and spoke over her thoughts.
Yes, you just turned 26 in June, you are well past the age of marriage.
If you do not get married soon, you will never have a husband or a family. The only reason you aren't married already is because our father doted on you too much and was never able to find a man he approved of for his precious little daughter.
The Granadan princess continued to stare away, murmuring softly, What if he says no?
In response, Hassan grabbed Yasmin's veiled face and turned it to face him, his expression severe.
I will not allow him to say no.
He's already discussed his desire to have multiple wives, and if he doesn't respect our alliance enough to take my beautiful sister as his bride, then it's over. Obviously, I won't pressure him too heavily at first. The next time I see him, I will float the idea and gauge his reaction.
Then I'll continue to push until he says yes.
Yasmin sighed heavily upon hearing this and shook her head, still held by Hassan's firm hand.
Dearest brother, you have actually thought something through for once in your life.
Hassan feigned offense, pulling his hand back and beginning to criticize his elder sister's words.
What do you mean, for once in my life? I think things through all the time.
With that, Yasmin began to giggle before she grabbed Hassan's head and tucked it into her bosom, stroking his hair while speaking to him in a condescending tone.
Of course you do.
Being treated like a child once more, Hassan pouted.
No matter how old he grew, his sister would continue to treat him this way.
He sighed heavily as he enjoyed the embrace.
After a while, Yasmin released him and approached the exit.
As she did, the beautiful princess called out to her little brother with a stern gaze hidden beneath her veil. You would do well to remember that you are the Sultan of Granada, and your soldiers need you. With those words, the Granadan princess departed from the room, leaving the young sultan to himself. He grinned with a smug expression on his face, then picked up the bottle of wine he had obtained from trade with Austria and began to pour its contents into a crystal glass. He swirled the red liquid around before taking a sip. Afterward, he exhaled deeply and thought aloud, I wonder how Berenger will react when he sees my beautiful sister for the first time. Since the victory and seizure of the province known as Militia, the Granadans have been busy defending their borders from the Iberian Union's attacks.
They were not as well prepared for a full-scale invasion of Iberia as they thought.
The first few battles they fought revealed a severe lack of discipline in their ranks compared to Berenger's troops. The reason for this was simple: the Austrian military attaché had not drilled the Granadans as rigorously as they would their own troops, nor had they put them through specialized training. As such, after Hassan returned to Granada to engage in hedonistic activities, the Royal Granadan army was left in the hands of General Ziad ibn Yaiz, who was far more competent in military matters than the young sultan. This general was a middle-aged man and was currently engaged in a conversation with General Arnulf of the Royal Austrian Army. It had been roughly a year since he last sought his home in Kufstein, and despite this, he was not weary in the slightest. At the moment, the two generals were conversing as they rode their horses next to each other, under the protection of thousands of Granadan troops.
So Hassan abandons his army to indulge in women and wine? Leaving us to look after his army must sting a little, doesn't it, my dear friend? In response, General Ziad nearly laughed before responding to Arnulf's jest. Certainly not. I am actually glad that the Sultan has left the war effort in my hands. Don't get me wrong, he is a decent administrator, but a wet blanket would make a better commander in terms of strategy and warfare. The Sultan is liable to get himself killed out here. It is better for him to be the face of the recruitment efforts back home than to be the man leading the charge. Before Arnulf could respond to this statement, he noticed a rider in the distance. This man wore the standard mirror pattern and mail armor that most of the Granadan troops were equipped with. As such, he was allowed to pass into the army and immediately strode up to the command. Permission to speak, sir. Judging by the frantic expression on the soldier's face, Ziad knew the news must be urgent. He nodded in silence, bracing himself for the information he suspected would ruin his mood. There's an enemy army numbering roughly 20,000 heading in this direction. They are approximately 10 miles out. As soon as he heard this, Ziad began to give orders to the troops. Get in formation and prepare for battle. Load your weapons, I do not want you firing until you see the whites of their eyes. This phrase was how the Austrians had drilled the Granadan troops to use their primitive arquebus firearms most efficiently. Whether they could maintain such a high degree of discipline was another matter. The Granadan troops, whether infantry, artillery, or cavalry, quickly began to load their weapons with the means available to them. After doing so, they formed ranks and waited for the enemy to arrive. After a few hours, the enemy forces arrived, and they were shocked to see the Granadan army waiting for them. The Iberian army was mostly composed of the Crusader order known as the Order of Calatrava, with a few Iberian Union units from Castile among their ranks. These soldiers had become increasingly aware of the advantages and limitations of the Granadan weapons. As such, they began to charge the arquebusiers suicidally, hoping to clash with them before they could reload their guns. While the Iberian troops recklessly charged at the Granadan forces,
the Granadan artillery began firing grapeshot at the enemy lines with their falconet cannons. Numerous projectiles filled the air and blasted into the enemy ranks, causing massive casualties among the Iberian forces. Whether driven by faith in God or fearlessness in the face of death, the Iberians were not deterred. Instead, they charged into the line of fire without any regard for their safety. When Arnulf saw this, he became quite concerned. The Iberians vastly outnumbered the Granadan troops, and the Granadan weapons required a much longer time to reload than those of the Royal Austrian army. As the enemy line began closing in, several Granadan arquebusiers fired their weapons in trepidation, which caused a chain reaction. Other soldiers instantly opened fire despite not hearing an order to do so. While some shots found their marks, piercing through the enemy's armor and into their flesh, most failed to do so. This action forced Ziad to shout orders at his troops, which were relayed across the army by the other officers and NCOs. Hold your fire. Hold your fucking fire. Despite these orders, more rounds were fired until roughly half the soldiers still had loaded weapons, forcing them into a dangerous position. While the other half began reloading their guns as fast as they could, the Iberian troops finally reached the front lines of the army. In doing so, they rushed straight into a volley unleashed by the half of the soldiers who had retained their shot. While this volley was effective in devastating the enemy lines, it did not have as significant an impact as possible. As a result, the pikemen took their place and engaged the enemy. However, as the battle raged on, the Granadan army began to suffer losses. There were too many Iberians for them to handle effectively. It would have been a different story if the soldiers had maintained the proper discipline and fired when commanded. However, the reality was different, and roughly 5,000 arquebusiers missed their targets during the initial chaos of the battle. Before long, the pikemen could no longer contain the Iberian infantry and began to break ranks, fleeing the battlefield. The Catholic forces, driven by fanatic hatred, began to cut down the Moorish soldiers, screaming battle cries in their native tongue that sent chills down the Granadan army's spines. Death to all Moors. God wills it. Granada must burn. Before long, the Granadan lines began to crumble, and the soldiers started to rout. Though General Ziad attempted to rally his forces, his efforts were in vain. Arnulf grabbed the man by the shoulder and gazed into his dark eyes with a stern expression. The battle is lost, give the order to retreat, or we will die here. Ziad clenched his teeth and fists in fury as he watched his army break ranks and flee the battlefield. However, there was nothing to be done now, so he followed Arnulf's advice. Retreat. All units fall back. As the few remaining Granadan soldiers heard this, they slung their arquebus over their shoulders and began to retreat from the advancing army. On the other side of the battlefield, the Calatrava commander was eager to pursue the enemy and give them no quarter. As he was just about to give the command to annihilate the enemy, he felt a firm hand grip the armor on his shoulder. The man turned around to see the true mastermind behind this attack, a duke in the employ of the King of Castile. The man glared at the Crusader commander before shaking his head. Let them go. When the Crusader heard these words, he was outraged and immediately protested. But your grace, if we do not pursue them, they will regroup and become an even greater threat to our existence. However, the Duke remained unconvinced and simply gazed toward the direction where all the Granadan soldiers were fleeing. If we pursue them, we may be walking into a trap. I would rather have them regroup and crush them again than march my men to a meaningless death. You should be thankful, without my advice, this victory would not have been possible. After saying this, the Duke released his grip on the Crusader and strode forward, commanding all Iberian soldiers to stop. Halt! We shall go no further. Scavenge the enemy's weapons. We shall bring some of these back to Castile so that we may figure out how they function. As for the rest, arm yourselves with them and become acquainted with their use. The Granadans no longer have a monopoly on advanced armaments. With these words, the Catholic Iberian soldiers began to cheer. They had accomplished a great victory that day and had acquired the means to reverse engineer the arquebus. Perhaps such a thing would turn the tides of war in their favor. After all, the resurrection of Al-Andalus was something the Catholics could not allow to take place. Months had passed since Operation Thunder proved to be an initial success, During this time, the Hussites advanced well into Loyalist territory, putting the Catholic armies on the back foot. As a result, civil disobedience began to break out across the realm, quickly escalating into riots. This led to a spike in crime, with bands of brigands appearing throughout Bohemia, terrorizing the local populace. While Eckhard was busy serving as the chief military advisor to the various Hussite sects, agents of the Austrian crown began supplying these brigand groups with weapons to cause even greater chaos. The shipments of arms came directly from Vienna and passed through Eckhard's area of operations. Consequently, he tasked one of the field agents embedded with his unit to take charge of the delivery. At the moment, this agent was standing in front of the leader of one of the most fearsome brigand gangs within the borders of Prague. The Hussites were preparing to march on this territory, and Eckhard devised a plan involving the armament of the brigands to distract the loyalist forces. The agent dispatched to supply these criminals was currently standing in a forest outside a village within the boundaries of Prague. The man in front of the agent went by the name Radovan Donel. He was a particularly rowdy individual, a convicted criminal willing to use violence to achieve his goals. As such, he and his gang of brigands were ideal candidates to arm with hand cannons. With this in mind, the agent and his fellow operatives, dressed as lowly Bohemian peasants, entered the back of their wagon and pulled out a few wooden crates. After using a crowbar to pry them open, the primitive hand cannons were revealed. The agent, whose identity was concealed by a hood, pulled the firearms from the container and handed them to Radovan and his men. As he did so, he spoke with a perfect Bohemian accent. "These are standard hand cannons retrieved from defeated Hussites. You load the gunpowder through the barrel, followed by the projectile, then pack it down with a stick. After that, you put a bit of powder in the pan and ignite it with a slow-burning match." As the agent spoke, he demonstrated the weapon's use. After completing the loading process, which took about a minute, a loud echo resounded through the forest as the gun discharged its projectile, embedding it into a large tree about 3 meters away. Having successfully tested the weapon, the other agents returned to the wagon and pulled out several more crates filled with hand cannons, as well as a few casks. Some contained gunpowder, and others held projectiles such as iron balls. Witnessing the weapon's destructive power and the relatively simple loading process, a wide grin spread across Radovan's face. He was missing several teeth, the result of many bar fights over his lifetime. Radovan pulled out a pouch filled with coins minted by the local lord, preparing to pay a hefty price. "How much do I owe you?" The agent shook his head before responding. "Consider it a gift from the Bohemian crown. Just promise me that when the Hussite forces move on Prague, you and your band of thieves will provide a significant distraction to those damned heretics." Radovan chuckled slightly at this and reached out his hand in agreement. "Aye, it will be one hell of an occasion." After saying this, the agent and the brigand captain shook hands. The deal was sealed, and the Austrian agents departed from the town. This was just one of many criminal and thieving gangs they planned to arm in the coming days. Thus, they left the borders of Prague and journeyed to the next town on their list of objectives. After the Austrians had left, one of Radovan's gang members approached him with a worried expression. "Are we really going to aid the crown? We are all wanted men. Who's to say they won't use this as an excuse to round us all up and execute us?" In response, Radovan spat on the ground and handed the hand cannon to the minion who asked such a foolish question. "I promised them only to create a distraction against the Hussites. I don't plan to do anything more than that. With these weapons, we will intimidate merchants and townsfolk into giving us whatever we want. I say that's a fair price to pay for such destructive power." Hearing this, the brigands who followed Radovan felt a sense of relief. They did not want the Hussites to win the war, but they also did not wish for this chaotic era to end too soon. There was profit to be made for cutthroats like themselves during times of war, and the best way to do so was to rob towns, caravans, and refugees. Luckily for them, the Austrians had provided them with the means to do so more effectively. Unfortunately for them, they were unaware that the agents of the Austrian crown had supplied them. Instead, they believed it was Bohemia who had given them the weapons. Thus, when Bohemia's armies finally captured them, they would be utterly confused as to why they were being executed for acting on behalf of the Bohemian crown. Meanwhile, in the supply wagon that had begun to depart, another agent pulled down her hood to reveal her pretty face.
As she did so, she began to question her team leader about their actions that day. Why are we providing these weapons to a bunch of thieves and murderers? Has the marshal gone mad? Such actions will surely cause significant harm to the Bohemian people. When the lead field agent heard these questions, he merely snorted in response. There was silence for some time before he revealed his thoughts on the matter. It is no secret that our hand cannons have begun to find their way into the hands of the Bohemian Crown's forces and those of their Crusader allies. After all, they have been captured in battle from the corpses of fallen Hussite soldiers. I don't speak for Marshal Eckhard, but he is likely thinking that by leaking these weapons to criminals, such actions can be blamed on the corruption of the Bohemian Crown. That is why we introduced ourselves as their agents. This can be used in propaganda efforts to rally the people against Bohemia and her allies. Such a result would be disastrous. People have already begun to riot in response to food shortages and the excessive demands of the loyalist factions. When the people hear that corrupt agents of the crown have distributed weapons to brigands for pay, they will take up whatever means they can to outright resist Bohemia and her allies. When this occurs, it will split our enemies' attention from our allies' attacks and force them to fight a two-front war against the Hussites and the Bohemian populace. By the time the war ends, the Bohemian people will welcome Berenger's troops as a means to provide stability to their lives. Upon hearing this, the female agent began to pout. Marshal Eckhard was willing to cause such harm to the people of Bohemia to inspire greater chaos within the realm than was already present. It was simply madness in her eyes. However, she was an agent of the Bohemian Crown, lifted from the status of a lowly orphan to serve the state. Despite her reservations, she would fulfill her duty to the fullest of her ability. After all, without Berenger and his reforms, she likely would have died long ago. She owed her life to the Austrian crown and would never even consider disobeying Marshal Eckhard, despite finding his actions immoral. Austria was at war and surrounded by enemies. They did not have the luxury to fight a fair and just war. The actions of the Austrian agents within Bohemia would ignite a fire in the hearts of the Bohemian populace against their king and his allies. Before long, resistance from groups of all different ideologies would spread across the realm, causing an even greater degree of conflict than already seen. This would create the perfect storm for Berenger to usurp power when he finally managed to secure his victory over the empire. Deep within the center of Constantinople, the Byzantine emperor sat on his throne with a downcast expression. The man was on the verge of tears, but he could not allow himself to be seen crying as emperor. Thus, he steeled his resolve and continued to read the letter in his hands, written by his son Decentius. According to his second son, Arethusa was dead, having died in combat against the Mamluk forces early in the campaign. Since then, Decentius had been leading the Byzantine troops to victory in North Africa. The news of the death of a man who was more of a brother to Emperor Vetranes than his siblings was a great shock to him. With the stratego's death, many things became uncertain, especially in regards to their relations with the West. News had spread to Constantinople about Austria's war for independence, which appeared to favor the self-proclaimed King Berenger von Kufstein. The Byzantines had not taken a stance on the conflict and remained entirely neutral. After all, Berenger was the largest supplier of arms and armor to the Byzantine Empire. Although they had begun to have success in replicating the arquebus, most of their weapons still came from Austria. Meanwhile, relations with the Holy Roman Empire were tenuous at best. This was not the only reason for their neutrality in Austria's war for independence. There was also a significant debt that the Byzantine crown owed to Austria due to the agreement for unlimited arms support. Arethusa had been the mastermind behind all dealings with the upstart king in the West. Without him, it would be challenging to maintain the friendly relationship the Byzantines had with their debtor. Sending the wrong diplomat to negotiate further could spell ruin for the empire's finances. Losing his closest aide and confidant, who was the godfather to his children, was one thing. However, the ramifications of such an occurrence were enough to cripple the emperor with anxiety. To make matters worse, this tragedy occurred shortly after his daughter's disappearance and presumed death. The only good news Emperor Vetranes had heard in the last year was that his son had salvaged the situation and rapidly begun to reconquer Egypt and Libya. Before long, the entirety of those two regions would fall back into the Byzantine Empire's hands, allowing them to repay the massive debt accumulated with Austria. With this in mind, the aging Byzantine emperor sighed heavily. Now that his alliance with France had crumbled, his next best option was an independent Austria. If Arethusa were still around, Vetranes was sure the man would advise him to establish friendly ties with the young king. If only Honoria were still alive, the emperor might consider betrothing her to the upstart king from Austria to cement an alliance between their two realms. Of course, that was assuming Berenger was willing to break his betrothal to his cousin. Honoria was an imperial princess, and Vetranes would not tolerate her being a concubine. Austria had proven itself a military and economic power like no other. Even now, the staple currency of international trade had begun to shift to the Austrian thaler, so much so that some merchants visiting the empire had started to accept the Austrian currency as the sole means of coinage for their products. If the Austrians were indeed to become independent and annex the Swiss Confederation as they have proclaimed, the future was bright for the fledgling kingdom. As such, the emperor was at a crossroads. For some time now, there has been significant pressure from the Vatican on the Orthodox Church to support them in their efforts to combat Berenger's alleged heresy. The Patriarch has been visiting Vetranes daily, insisting on cutting off trade with the self-proclaimed kingdom to the west. As Vetranes was contemplating these matters, the Patriarch of Constantinople appeared before him in his great hall. Seeing this, Vetranes sighed heavily before speaking his thoughts aloud. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Tell me, Petrus, what have you come to ask of me this time? If it is about cutting ties with Austria, my answer remains the same." When Petrus heard this response, he frowned. The relations between the Vatican and Constantinople were beginning to deteriorate rapidly. The more the emperor delayed his response, the worse the situation became. If he did not provide the Vatican with what they wanted soon, a full-scale schism was bound to occur over the issue of the Berenger heresy. With this in mind, the old Patriarch of Constantinople began to address the emperor in a dignified manner. "Your Majesty, a representative of the Vatican has arrived and given us a request. If we do not publicly denounce Duke Berenger von Kufstein and his heresy, as well as provide monetary aid to the Vatican for their upcoming crusade against him, the result will be an outright schism. The Vatican will denounce your Majesty and me as heretics and condemn us to hell for eternity. We will be forced to respond in kind. There will be no mending this bridge. You must choose a path as Emperor of the Romans. Do we stand with the Vatican, as we have for centuries, or do we embrace the German Reformation as a legitimate branch of Christianity?" In response to this, Vetranes tapped his armrest repeatedly as he considered the best way to handle the situation. Ultimately, he could not afford to denounce Berenger. The man held too much debt over him. With his licensing of privateers, Austria could easily cripple the empire's trade if they reneged on the deal. Just as they had done to the Holy Roman Empire, the might of the Austrian navy was not to be underestimated. Though the combined might of the Catholic world might be enough to bring down Berenger's grand army, it would take years to fully mobilize their forces, and by then, Berenger's army might have grown threefold, capable of holding its own. After careful consideration, Vetranes stood up from his golden throne and responded with a firm tone. "Inform Pope Lucius that the empire stands with King Berenger and the Kingdom of Austria. Tell that fool that, under the declaration of the Emperor of Byzantium and the Patriarch of Constantinople, the German Reformation is now considered a legitimate branch of Christianity." When Petrus heard this, he sighed heavily, rubbing his temples in an attempt to ease his growing headache. While he knew that Austria's wealth and power were rapidly multiplying, openly supporting them and their so-called German Reformation would undoubtedly mean war with the Western world. Such a conflict could prove disastrous. Nevertheless, he was willing to follow Emperor Vetranes' decision and, as such, bowed respectfully before the emperor. "Yes, Your Majesty, I will relay your words to the Vatican. Hopefully, they won't react too harshly to our decision, but I fear this will create a rift between us that may never be mended." In response to this, Vetranes simply sat down upon his throne once more and rested his face in his hands. As he did so, he made one more comment about how he perceived the future. With the rise of the German Reformation and others like it throughout Europe, the days of papal dominance have come to an end. They are too foolish to realize that their crusade will be the end of Catholic authority as we know it. I do not care for Berenger or his religious beliefs, I am merely choosing the winning side. With that said, the Patriarch of Constantinople was dismissed, and Vetranes was left alone once more, sulkily contemplating the loss of his comrade. "Oh, Oreithas? Surely if you were still alive, you would counsel me on such a course of action, would you not?"
With Oreithas gone, the emperor's confidence in ruling his empire had crumbled. Without the support of the mighty strategos and his charisma, Petronius would begin to second-guess his every decision. With the choices made by the Byzantine emperor and his subservient patriarch on this day, the East-West Schism had finally occurred. The year 1421 AD in this world would forever mark the divide between the Roman Catholic Church and the Eastern Orthodox churches. The reasons surrounding this schism were entirely the result of Berenger's influence on the timeline. Had he never risen to power and challenged papal authority, the likelihood of such a divide occurring would have been slim. Thus, Berenger's existence in this world had forever changed its course of destiny. The effect this schism would have on Byzantine growth and prosperity remained to be seen.
However, one thing was certain: such actions were bound to breed conflict between the Rus and their neighbors in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth.
Even Berenger could not predict the rapid changes that would occur in Eastern Europe as a result of his actions.
While Berenger invaded Italy and the Swiss Confederation, the ongoing war in Germany never ceased. Duke Dietger found himself in a dilemma.
Over the years, he had offset his losses in Austria by fielding peasant levies to replace the troops slain during his failed occupation of his southern neighbor. For over 2 years, the Bavarian duke had been at war with his northern neighbors, relying on his levies and allied troops to keep the Luxembourgs at bay. To avoid paying Berenger the reparations owed to the Austrian people, the duke sent an envoy stating he would not meet his payments and instead would pay in one lump sum at the end of the agreed time frame.
Dietger had no intention of paying Berenger or the Austrian people such an unreasonable amount of money for actions taken during warfare. What kind of stipulation was that? It was simply unreasonable.
Nevertheless, his general agreed to the terms and entirely withdrew Bavarian troops from Austrian soil within the designated time frame. By doing this, he bought Bavaria 5 years of peace with their rapidly expanding southern neighbor. At the moment, the Bavarian duke was sitting in his castle in Munich, surrounded by his ministers.
One topic of contention seemed to enrage everyone present.
One of his ministers was practically spitting as he shouted his views on the issue at hand.
Berenger cannot be allowed to achieve independence.
By proclaiming himself King of Austria, he declares himself independent of the rightful King of Germany, our liege, Duke Dietger.
Austria is a vassal of Germany first and foremost, and every duke of the German realm should oppose this.
Upon hearing this, another man spoke up in an equally furious state. The Austrians have grown too full of themselves.
What gives them the right to declare themselves an independent kingdom?
I say we establish a temporary truce with Luxembourg and march on Austria, showing this upstart king his place in the world.
The fact that a lowly baron's son could rise to such a prestigious position is an insult to every prominent nobleman in the German-speaking regions.
Having heard this asinine statement, Duke Dietger slammed his fist on his armrest in a fit of fury, drawing the attention of all his councillors present in the great hall.
Dietger gazed furiously at those around him as if they were a bunch of idiots. After a moment, he spoke abruptly and loudly, chastising the minister for his stupidity.
Nobody gives Berenger the right to declare himself king, he takes it by force. While we have weakened our armies with years of conflict over a meaningless title with no genuine authority, Berenger has centralized power in his state and expanded his military and economic might.
For Christ's sake, our merchants have begun using Austrian currency because it is so pure.
In comparison, the money of our realm is given to individual lords to mint and is debased to the point that it would take tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of our pfennigs to account for one of their thalers.
If we were to win this war and Austria remains subservient to our rule, what kind of joke would I be as the so-called King of Germany? Might is right.
Berenger has the power to declare himself king, and he's winning a war with the empire to establish his ability to do so.
Which one of you has the confidence to declare ourselves independent of the emperor in Florence?
If any of you think we should align ourselves with the Luxembourgs and march on Austria, you should remove yourselves from this council and tender your resignation. I do not need the counsel of such fools.
This statement was undoubtedly harsh. However, it made a valid point. The idea of marching on Austria was absurd.
If one wanted to know how well that would turn out, they only needed to look back 2 years to their last attempt.
The minister who had proposed the idea a few minutes before had an ugly expression on his face but remained silent as he stormed out of the room. After his departure, Dietger gazed upon his counsel with an equally vicious stare and expressed his following thoughts. Does anyone else have any other bright ideas? For a while, there was an awkward silence in the room as the councillors struggled to come up with a suggestion on how to deal with the growing power of Austria and the stalemate on the front lines of war with the Luxembourgs. After a moment, one of the men present began to speak. He was the marshal of the realm and knew how to resolve the situation with their enemies to the north. What if we used the money we are supposed to pay Berenger to hire mercenaries to fight the Luxembourgs and their allies? At the moment, we are not even pulling our weight in the war effort. If we don't find a solution to our troop problems soon, our allies will begin to feel pressured and withdraw their support. After this, the councillors present began to debate the credibility of the idea. First, the initial minister to speak up voiced his concerns. If Berenger were to find out about the wealth we have been hiding and that we spent it on mercenaries, he could see this as a provocation and march his troops into our lands. We would not be able to last the winter if he managed to do such a thing. While he made a valid point, neither Duke Dietger nor the marshal was alarmed by this possibility. Before they could explain why, another minister dismissed the man's concerns for them. Berenger is in the middle of a war with His Majesty Balsamo Corsini and his Swiss allies. It will take some time before he can march troops into our lands, and even then, his armies will surely be battle-worn from their efforts in those two theaters. We don't have to worry about such a possibility. What we do need to worry about is that if we don't find a way to field more troops, our allies will abandon us. Though the minister who had concerns about angering the Austrians was not entirely convinced, he could not argue against this point and thus kept silent about any further objections. After a bit more discussion, the plan of action was accepted by Duke Dietger, and he made a bold declaration. Send forth the word to all of the free companies that I will pay a handsome amount of gold to whoever fights for Bavaria. I want this stalemate broken by spring so that we may advance upon northern Germany. After that, Duke Dietger dismissed his councillors, leaving only his marshal behind. The two men had a serious issue to discuss that Dietger did not want the other councillors to hear. Once everyone else was out, the Duke of Bavaria closed the door behind them, sighed heavily, and spoke. If we do not do something about Berenger's rise to power, in less than 3 years, we will be facing an army we cannot contend with. Your mercenaries had better win this conflict for the crown of Germany before then, or else we will have neither the troops nor the wealth to stand against Austria. In response, the marshal grinned confidently and assured the Duke of their future success. Not to worry, Your Grace. With the addition of these mercenaries to our armies, I have complete confidence in breaking this stalemate by spring and marching upon the enemy's capital within 2 years. By then, you can take all of Germany for yourself and, in doing so, raise an army that can contend with Austria. Berenger von Kufstein will pay for humiliating Bavaria. After hearing this, a wicked grin formed on Duke Dietger's face. He could not forgive the young upstart from the south for crushing his armies so thoroughly. There was only one response to such audacity, and that was war. While Berenger fought with the emperor and his forces for independence, the other German duchies began to conspire against him. By declaring Austria an independent kingdom, Berenger had essentially slapped the rest of the German nobility in the face. For such a thing, war was the only outcome. Little did they know that this was exactly what Berenger desired. Within the heart of the city of Kufstein lies a grand castle that was once the home of the von Kufstein family. Inside its cold stone halls, a small stage had been set up, where over 100 patrons had gathered to watch the performance. Adela gazed upon the audience from behind the curtains, her heart beating with a mix of excitement and anxiety. For years, Adela had been surprised with each visit to Kufstein. The first time she entered the region, it was nothing more than a small agricultural town. Now, it had grown into a bustling city, expanding with each passing day. However, despite the city's rapid growth, it was still lacking in several areas, at least in Adela's honest opinion. Although Berenger had long since begun sponsoring artists, actors, and musicians to bring some culture to Austria, the capital city of the kingdom was severely lacking in venues for these creative individuals to showcase their talent. With this in mind, the 15-year-old girl sat down at the center of the stage set up within Castle Kufstein. She had decided that while her fiancé was away fighting for her nation's independence, she would begin the process of advancing culture within the city of Kufstein, hoping it would spread to Austria as a whole. The crowd gathered before her consisted of over 100 men and women, primarily from the local nobility. They gazed in silence at the beautiful young girl as she began to play a song she had composed to express the challenges in her relationship with the man she loved. The song particularly conveyed the sorrow she felt while he was away at war, leaving her behind to wait for his safe return. The sad song echoed through the venue, filling the noblemen and women with complex emotions as they listened to the young girl pluck the strings of her instrument like an angel weeping from the heavens. While Adela played the harp with masterful talent, a pretty young woman stood beside her and sang the lyrics Adela had written. This woman, a talented singer from the common populace, was among the many musicians Berenger had sponsored over the past few years. Her exquisite alto voice flowed perfectly with Adela's instrumentals, pronouncing each word without fault. Her tone perfectly expressed the lonesome lyrics Adela had written, filling the audience with the same sense of abandonment the girl felt every time she thought of Berenger and how far away he was from her embrace. Before long, the song came to an end, and a silence fell over the audience before they broke out in thunderous applause. Several eager members of the crowd cheered for the artists who had performed such a beautiful and touching song. After the small concert, Adela and the singer spoke to the gathered crowd, entertaining their guests with graceful smiles until they all departed, leaving Adela and the singer gazing upon the stage reluctantly. One could say that this small concert was a resounding success, and neither Adela nor the singer wanted it to end so quickly. Despite this, the two women eventually looked each other in the eyes with a similar sense of excitement. The singer soon approached Adela and hugged her tightly, thanking her. "Thank you for this opportunity. You have no idea how much it means to me. With this, I might finally be able to make a living off my music and no longer rely on your fiancé's generosity." Adela smiled and nodded her head in response to the woman's praise. "With your talent, that won't be an issue. The problem is that there simply aren't many venues for musicians like yourself. I will speak to my father about this and see if we can build a grand concert hall so that all musicians in Kufstein can make a decent living and share their work with the people." After hearing this, the young woman nodded and smiled before responding to Adela. "That would be wonderful. If your father doesn't approve, we can only wait until King Berenger returns. I'm certain he will listen to your advice on the matter. Thank you for doing this for us. Though the king has provided living expenses for all artists, actors, and musicians in the city, it would be great if we could support ourselves." When Adela heard this, she nodded silently. She, too, was a talented musician, but unlike those supported by Berenger, she was a noblewoman of the highest caliber and destined to marry the King of Austria. Thus, she could not pursue a professional career playing her harp. Eventually, the singer noticed the time and realized she had to return home. She hugged Adela and expressed her thanks once more before leaving the venue. "Thanks again. I appreciate the opportunity." After saying this, the young woman left Adela alone, where the adolescent girl stared at the stage with a bitter smile. She hoped that one day, all major cities in Austria would have venues for artists to display their talent. With this in mind, the young beauty left the venue and headed toward Berenger's study, where her father was surely hard at work. She wanted to discuss her ideas with the Chancellor of Austria as soon as possible. As such, when she arrived at the door, Adela steeled her resolve before knocking 3 times. Immediately after, Adela heard her father's familiar voice from behind the door, calling out, "You may enter." Upon hearing this, Adela opened the door, and her father, Otto, gazed upon her fondly. His little girl had grown up so fast. Just a few years ago, she was merely a small child, but now she was a beautiful young woman. Soon, she would marry Berenger and become the Queen of Austria. With this in mind, he asked Adela the reason for her intrusion during his work. "What can I help you with, my dear?" Adela took a deep breath, exhaled, and calmed the nerves in her heart before expressing her desire to initiate a cultural shift within the Kingdom of Austria to her father, the Chancellor. "I have come to you to make a request, not just on my behalf, but for all the people of Kufstein. I believe it would be best to begin constructing venues for the artists, actors, and musicians Berenger has sponsored over the years to display their talents in exchange for compensation. I was considering grand venues such as a concert hall, a theater, and an art gallery. I think it would be suitable for the people of Kufstein to spend some of their hard-earned money on entertainment and culture. We could even aid local chefs by having them provide food and drink for the guests, for a small fee, of course. When Otto heard this, he was quite shocked. He had not even considered this possibility, nor had Berenger mentioned his long-term plans for financially supporting the artists, actors, and musicians within Austria. After all, a fair degree of expense was going toward paying these creative individuals a living wage so they could continue to develop their skills. Otto thought about it for a few moments before a warm smile broke out on his face. The benefits of such venues were numerous. Not only could they serve as a means of entertainment to appease the masses, but they could also be used to spread Austrian propaganda to the people. Additionally, they would create another form of revenue to stimulate the economy. Thus, the Chancellor was entirely on board with his daughter's ideas. As such, Otto nodded and agreed to Adela's terms. That is a splendid idea. I will begin drafting the plans immediately. Tomorrow, I will meet with the architects to discuss the feasibility of building such structures. When Berenger returns from the war, he will be extremely pleased with the results, and more importantly, he will be grateful for your contributions. Adela smiled at this. For too long, she had done very little to support her man. After all this time, she had finally found a way to do so. Adela desired to become the face of Austria's cultural reforms and the architect behind them. With this in mind, she bowed gracefully to her father before departing. Thank you, father. If there is nothing else to discuss, I will return to my quarters for now. After hearing this, Otto appropriately dismissed his youngest daughter. He then immediately began to draft the necessary paperwork to fund the cultural exhibits. With the influx of Italian silver and gold transported to the Royal Austrian Treasury, there was no need to worry about the expenses. Within the valleys beneath the Italian Alps, the Italian army began to resort to unconventional tactics. The Italian commanders recognized that there was no conceivable way to win a field battle against the Royal Austrian army. As a result, they started employing guerrilla warfare, using skirmishers dressed as peasants, villagers, refugees, and merchants to ambush the Royal Austrian army. This led Berenger to slow his march to Milan and instead send out his Jaegers to hunt down and destroy the Italian guerrillas. These Jaegers were an elite unit of marksmen and skirmishers armed with the 1419 Jaeger rifle, based on the Whitworth rifle from Berenger's previous life. These weapons could engage targets up to 1,000 yards away and, in Berenger's service, were used by snipers hidden behind enemy lines. However, the Jaegers were more than just marksmen. Most came from a hunting background, making them skilled trackers, scouts, and light infantry. They were also fully capable of sustaining themselves in the field. Thus, the Jaeger Corps were among Berenger's most elite units, and he equipped them accordingly. Initially dressed in green and black Lanzknecht-style clothing, this fashion proved widely ineffective in the field. Consequently, Berenger began experimenting with rudimentary camouflage patterns. Unlike his primary units, which were designed to attack in formation, this specialized unit of skirmishers was intended to blend into their environments and take out high-profile targets from long range. Therefore, Berenger adopted a more modern approach to their uniforms. Rather than the flashy Lanzknecht pattern attire of Austria's regulars, the Jaeger units wore uniforms that were a mix of World War I and WW2 German styles from Berenger's previous life. Their base attire was a standard M43 pattern uniform in the color Feldgrau. These men wore a splinter camouflage smock over their field jackets and a matching M43 field cap. They were also equipped with a modernized helmet based on the M38 Stahlhelm used by German paratroopers in World War II. This Stahlhelm was painted like the breastplate and had a wire net around it, containing various forms of fabric to act as faux foliage. The Jaegers wore hardened and quenched high-carbon steel breastplates inspired by World War I German trench armor designs. However, these breastplates were modified to make it easier to shoulder a rifle and were lighter, improving mobility. The breastplates were hand-painted in earthly colors by the soldiers who wore them, in a pattern similar to that seen on old German M38 Fallschirmjäger Stahlhelms from World War II in Berenger's previous life. Over these breastplates was a brown leather webbing, similar to that used by Imperial German soldiers during the Great War in Berenger's past life. The primary difference was that this webgear was made of dark brown leather and designed to carry quick loading tubes, as well as other tools like bayonets, canteens, and spades.
Their boots were also made of the same dark brown leather. When compared to the Renaissance-style uniforms of Berenger's regular troops, these Jägers were far more modern in appearance and very hard to spot when adequately concealed. As such, they were the perfect unit to hunt down and destroy the Italian skirmishers. At the moment, a captain of a Jaeger company was crouched within a tree line, observing a group of potentially hostile targets in the distance. This officer was named Andreas Jaeger. Like many of his fellow soldiers in this elite unit, he had been a hunter before being drafted into the Austrian army during Berenger's previous campaigns. For some time now, he had fought among Berenger's forces and was one of the first to be trained as a Jaeger. With ample experience in unconventional warfare, he was the ideal candidate to lead the more veteran Jaegers in the hunt for the Italian guerrillas. While he and his soldiers quietly marched through the Italian Alps, they spotted a trade caravan roughly 500 yards ahead. Captain Andreas motioned for his troops to hold their position and conceal themselves. As they did so, he pulled out a pair of binoculars from his webbing and began to observe the caravan's movements. What he saw confirmed his suspicions. This supposed merchant caravan was comprised entirely of relatively young men. These men appeared to have weapons hidden within their wagons, such as crossbows, longbows, and rudimentary hand cannons. At the moment, they were gathered around a fire, drinking wine, and feasting on fresh game they had hunted. Andreas placed his binoculars back into his webbing before unslinging his rifle. After doing so, he cocked the flintlock action on his weapon and began to adjust his iron sights to the appropriate distance. As he did this, his soldiers took note of his actions and prepared to take their shots. Once Andreas had his sights lined up on his target, he gave the order to his nearby troops in a hushed tone. "Fire at will." Andreas squeezed the trigger on his rifle, and the flint struck the pan, igniting the gunpowder within. The hexagonal projectile was sent downrange, embedding itself in the torso of a man barking commands to the rest of the Italian skirmishers. The 1419 Jaeger rifle had a muzzle velocity of roughly 1,200 feet per second, breaking the sound barrier. The hexagonal bullet struck the target before he could hear the gunfire. Soon, the echo of the shot was heard in the distance, causing the Italian soldiers to panic. The man's torso was blasted apart by the .451 projectile before they could hear the crack of gunfire. Soon, more thunderous echoes followed, along with the deaths of their comrades. Shaken from their shock, the Italians took cover behind their wagons. Seeing this, Andreas signaled for his troops to flank the enemy position. Two smaller groups of Jaegers immediately broke off from the main force and approached both sides of the enemy encampment. An Italian soldier reached into the wagon, grabbing a longbow and a quiver of arrows. Before he could return to cover, Andreas, hidden in the distance, shot him through the gut. The man fell to the ground, clutching his punctured abdomen, and struggled to hand off the weapon and its ammunition to a nearby soldier as the life drained from his eyes. The Italians were stunned by the development. Aside from the muzzle flash and the smoke plume, they could not discern any sign of the enemy's figure. At a distance of over 500 yards, the camouflage pattern uniforms of the Austrian Jaegers significantly broke up their silhouettes. They continued to maneuver and fire upon the Italian skirmishers from the tree line on the hills above. Eventually, one of the Italian soldiers managed to get hold of a bow and fired randomly into the distance near where one of the muzzle flashes occurred. However, the Jaeger was far out of range of the primitive weapon and remained unscathed. This action, however, drew the fury of the targeted soldier, and his next shot penetrated the forehead of the Italian soldier who had dared to fire upon him. Before long, the Austrian Jaegers had flanked the Italian skirmishers on all sides, setting up a crossfire that gunned down the remaining Italian soldiers. After confirming that all the Italian skirmishers dressed as traitors were killed in battle, the Jaegers approached the encampment to search for anything of value, whether intelligence or supplies. A few Jaegers were put on guard while the others ransacked the camp. Eventually, an exciting find was made by one of the Austrian soldiers. The man who found the piece of parchment quickly brought it to Andreas, laying it out on the ground. The large piece of parchment contained the deployment of all Italian scouts and skirmishers in the region. It was a valuable piece of intelligence. When Andreas saw this, he grabbed the man's shoulder and grinned emphatically. "Private Müller, you have done well. With this, we know the general locations of our enemies and can ambush them quickly. I want you and your squad to copy down this information and relay it back to the main force. The young soldier quickly saluted Captain Andreas before following his orders. With this information, the Austrian army would have an easy time neutralizing the Italian soldiers who sought to hamper their advance through unconventional warfare. While this company of Jaegers engaged in an ambush on the enemy's skirmishers, others like them were fighting throughout the northern Italian front, advancing upon the Italians while hiding in the terrain like a unit of specters, reaping lives while moving unseen. As soon as the information about the enemy's whereabouts was spread to the other units, a slaughter unlike anything the Italians had expected would occur.
The invention of camouflage would play a crucial role in Austria's future success in the many conflicts they would engage in. The Italians would come to refer to the Jaegers by the nickname Fantasmi Austriaci, or Austrian ghosts.
While Berenger's Jaeger Corps was in the process of hunting down and eliminating the Italian skirmishers who had embedded themselves along Berenger's path to Milan, Grand Admiral Emmerich had initiated the single most decisive naval battle of the Austrian War for Independence. A massive force of several hundred Italian warships had gathered. Their goal was simple: to cause as much damage to the Royal Austrian Navy as possible. Unfortunately for them, the size of the Austrian armada had been growing over the weeks, and the Austrians now had over 80 Berenger-class frigates at their command. Meanwhile, the cities of Venice and Genoa had been devastated to the point where they were incapable of producing new vessels. After the privateers and Austrian fleets began sinking the imperial trade convoys, the emperor was left with only one option at sea: to trigger a large-scale naval battle and hope that God favored him. As such, 80 frigates flying the Austrian flag had gathered in the Adriatic Sea, facing what remained of the imperial navy, a mix of galleys, carracks, and caravels, most of which were armed with fewer than 5 cannons on board. Grand Admiral Emmerich was at the helm of the lead vessel, the SMS Berenger, where he stood on the bow, gazing at the hostile fleet in the distance through his binoculars. From what he could gather as he observed the enemy vessels, they were loading their few cannons with whatever they could arm them with. Emmerich had a smug grin on his face as he gazed at the enemy armada. His executive officer noticed his expression and sighed heavily before asking the question on his mind. "Sir, what are your orders?" In response, Emmerich stowed away his binoculars before addressing the executive officer's concerns. "Have the fleet load the guns. We are going to sail between their fleet and tear them apart." In response, the executive officer sighed once more before accepting his orders. "As you command, Admiral." After saying this, he immediately informed the fleet of their tasks. It did not take long for the fleet to be fully armed and prepped for battle, and they immediately began to sail toward the Imperial Armada. When the Imperial Admiral saw this, he thought that the Austrians must have gone mad. After all, they were sailing right into the trajectory of their cannons. As such, he joked to his executive officer as he watched the Austrian frigates closing in. "It appears the Austrian Admiral has lost his mind. Well, I am glad to see that they are making this easy for us." When the executive officer heard this, he chuckled and asked the question on his mind. "Your orders, Admiral?" In response, a wide grin appeared on the Admiral's face as he made his decision known to all. "Open fire when they approach. I'd like to see how their ships survive the barrage of our combined might." After saying this, the Imperial fleet prepared for the upcoming battle. Although the Imperial Admiral's mood was relaxed, the same could not be said for his sailors. Many of them had heard rumors about the effectiveness of the Austrian weapons and spent what they viewed as their last minutes praying to God for salvation. Before long, the Austrian vessels were in range of the Imperial Armada's primitive cannons. When the Imperial Admiral noticed this, he gave the command, "Open fire." Upon hearing this, the gunners lit the first set of guns, which were quickly fired at the swiftly approaching frigates. As the few cannons mounted on the galley fired at the bow of the SMS Berenger, something outright shocked the Imperial Admiral: the bow of the Austrian frigate deflected the cannonball. Due to the thin layer of steel plating covering the hull of the Austrian vessels, they were well defended against basic cannonballs. As such, it would take more than a few of them to pierce through the hulls of the Berenger-class frigates. When the Admiral saw this, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and he quickly began to panic. After all, he knew their weakness was that they had far fewer guns than the Austrian vessels and that, once the frigates reached broadside range, they would be completely defenseless. As such, he called out to his sailors to take swift action. "Quickly reload and fire. Fire at will."
The hundreds of Imperial ships began to fire their 3-pound cannons at the oncoming vessels. However, the solid balls fired from these primitive bronze cannons were far from enough to inflict severe damage on the Austrian frigates. The most damage the frigates had suffered was from a few of these projectiles landing on their wooden decks and causing minor destruction. Before long, the agile steel-plated ships maneuvered between the Imperial vessels, where Emmerich gazed at the enemy admiral with a wicked grin on his face before giving the ultimate command. All guns fire. The moment the command was given, all 3,520 explosive shells were launched from the cannons aboard the 80 frigates, hurtling into the ranks of the hundreds of Imperial vessels. The moment these shells impacted, they exploded, causing massive devastation to the tar-treated wooden ships. Those who weren't immediately blasted into smithereens were quickly engulfed in the resulting flames from the hundreds, if not thousands, of small explosions. The Imperial admiral, who was so confident just 30 minutes prior, could only gaze in horror for a brief second before dozens of cannonballs struck his war galley, instantly blowing the vessel apart, along with him. However, Emmerich was not satisfied with the results, as the enemy armada lay torn and engulfed in flames on the Adriatic Sea. There were still a few partially intact vessels, so he gave the order, reload all guns and fire once more. Despite this being complete overkill, the ships in the fleet soon heard the command and reloaded their guns. The few sailors who had survived the initial volley gazed in horror as they witnessed the Grim Reaper descending upon them and claiming their souls. The moment the second volley hit the remaining ships, fiery explosions filled the air and engulfed what was left of the Imperial fleet. Emmerich gazed with a wicked grin, breaking into mad laughter. With the overwhelming technological advantage of the explosive shells and the 24-pound cannons capable of firing them, his fleet would be unchallenged on the world's oceans for years to come. He marveled at Berenger's invention of such unique naval technology and was proud to be the first Grand Admiral of the Royal Austrian Navy. Turning around, he boldly declared their victory over the Empire in this war. "Men, we have done it. In a matter of minutes, we have single-handedly brought down one of the largest powers in the Mediterranean. With the overwhelming advantage of our ships, no one in this world can challenge our might on the seas. It is the dawn of a new age, the era of Austrian dominance is upon us. You have all witnessed this historical moment with your very eyes. For King and Fatherland." The moment Emmerich uttered these words, the crew aboard the SMS Berenger erupted in a loud, unified response. For King and Fatherland. As the chant continued, nearby ships joined in, and it spread across the entire Austrian fleet like a virus. Tens of thousands of voices could be heard echoing over the Adriatic Sea, mingling with the burning wreckage of the Imperial Armada, repeating the words that had become one of the primary battle cries of Austria's grand military. With this victory, Austria had neutralized any armed support the Holy Roman Empire could offer as an escort for their remaining merchant vessels, leaving privateers and pirates free to raid imperial shipping without fear of reprisal from the Holy Roman Empire. When news of this triumph reached the other Mediterranean powers, it sparked a new naval arms race. The balance of power in the Western world had shifted overnight, and Austria now claimed supremacy in the region. Only through experimentation and the construction of new vessels could the other powers hope to challenge the Austrian navy. For now, the Austrian sailors who had participated in the brief but historic battle decided to sail back to port and celebrate their resounding victory. Aldo von Passau stared at the substance in his hands with a cautious expression, almost as if he were afraid that the slightest movement would cause the petri dish to explode. The glass container held mercury fulminate, an explosive compound commonly found in percussion caps during Berenger's past life. The middle-aged chemist gazed fondly at the substance. After years of experimentation, he and his team had finally created a chemical compound to enhance Berenger's military might. While Berenger's enemies had begun the lengthy process of reverse engineering matchlock and flintlock weapons captured in warfare, Austria had now reached a crucial point in arms development thanks to the efforts of the Kufstein chemistry department. It had been nearly 3 years since the chemist had fled the Church's wrath to the then Viscounty of Kufstein. As Berenger's borders expanded, so did the number of alchemists forced into Kufstein's labs to learn the science of chemistry. With more chemists joining Aldo's ranks, they began to experiment in many different directions within the field. One of these was research into explosive compounds. After years of study, they had finally created mercury fulminate, a feat that Berenger himself could not accomplish. Though Berenger had a photographic memory filled with many important inventions from his past life,
his knowledge of chemistry was, to say the least, basic. As such, the young king had entrusted the development of chemical compounds to the men best suited to the task, Aldo von Passau and his department of chemistry. Aldo was quite excited about this new discovery. The mere thought of his newest invention brought a smile to his face like no other. His subordinates stared at his curious expression from afar, thinking the man had gone mad. After a few moments of awkward silence, Aldo von Passau announced the results. "We have finally done it. We have created mercury fulminate. Now, we need to produce as much of this compound as possible so that by the time King Berenger returns from his war for independence, we can surprise him." When his subordinates heard this, they immediately began to frown. They were already overworked, and now they had to produce a stockpile of this new compound? It seemed that Aldo wanted to work his men to an early grave. Despite their reservations, they did as they were instructed and began preparing another batch. They would not be afforded any rest for well over 12 hours. While the chemists of Austria were busy mass-producing mercury fulminate, Aldo brought a sample of the substance to a man who was quite renowned in the city of Kufstein. Baronet Ludwig Schmidt had become exceptionally wealthy since Berenger's rise to power. Though he was getting on in years, he continued to work in the industrial sector, overseeing Kufstein's massive industry. Ludwig was preparing his son Jacob to take over his role within the next 5 to 10 years. After all, he planned to retire when he reached an appropriate age and leave his work in the hands of his eldest son, who he knew would serve Berenger faithfully. While in his office with his son, the older man heard a knock on the door. He immediately got out of his chair and walked over to it, where he was surprised to see the head of Berenger's chemistry department standing in his doorway with a vial filled with a fine white powder. Immediately, Ludwig's cheerful expression began to sink when he saw the dapper older man gazing at him with contempt. The contrast between the two men was quite substantial. Aldo was tall and refined in appearance, with a clean and elegant sense of attire. In contrast, Ludwig was short and ragged, dressed in a blacksmith's apron covered in filth. Even his skin was smeared with oil and soot. Ludwig gritted his teeth as he asked the question on his mind to the gentleman standing before him. His tone was far from friendly. "What are you doing here, Aldo?" Aldo's expression was filled with smugness as he responded to Ludwig's question. "My department has just finished making something incredible. I brought a sample over for you to test. Be careful, I know it might be difficult for a simple man like you to understand, but this is a hazardous explosive compound." When Ludwig heard these words, his natural prejudice towards Aldo immediately vanished, replaced by a keen curiosity. He carefully took the mercury fulminate and gazed upon it with intense interest. He could not help but ask another question of the man who was his bitter rival. "Tell me, Aldo, what exactly do you want me to do with this?" Aldo's arrogant expression never wavered as he spoke to Ludwig as if he were an inferior. "You're the engineer. It's your job to design new weapons for Berenger's forces to use. Figure out how to use this compound most effectively. Make it quick, we have no idea how much longer King Berenger's war for independence will last." Ludwig took a deep breath to calm himself. He never enjoyed spending time with Aldo, who acted so high and mighty just because he was born to a more prestigious position. Aldo was one of the many older men in Austria who still treated the nobility as superior to the common folk in every way. Once Ludwig had composed himself enough to handle Aldo's taunts, he responded to the man's outrageous demands. "I will manage to make something by the time our king returns from the battlefield, but Aldo, I will need more than just this tiny vial if my experiments are to be successful. Are you certain your chemists are up to the task of producing the amount I will require?" Aldo merely scoffed, holding his head high with a haughty expression. "You can rest assured, Ludwig, my chemists will produce more than enough to satisfy your so-called experiments. Just make sure you produce good results with the mercury fulminate I will be providing. I want Berenger to come home and see the contributions my department has made with a proper demonstration." Without waiting for a response, Aldo departed from the factory with a look of disgust. Though he knew Ludwig had provided much aid to Berenger's rise to power, he could not understand why the king would promote such an uncouth man to any form of nobility. After Aldo left, Ludwig sighed heavily before returning to his son, who had been sitting and observing the conversation. He placed the mercury fulminate in a safe location before commenting on the experience.
That guy is such a pompous ass. Never mind that. Do you have any good ideas on how to use this stuff, boy?
Jacob thought about the matter for a while before he was suddenly reminded of a serious complaint his father had always mentioned regarding the existing flintlock mechanism. He quickly sprang into action, searching through the piles of papers stacked throughout the office until he found what he was looking for. The young man cleared the table with a wide grin on his face and pointed to the rifle design that Ludwig had been working on for some time. The purpose of this rifle was to address the weatherproofing issues inherent in the flintlock mechanism and to increase the rate of fire for the average soldier. Father, the critical component of your rifle design that has been missing is a means to ignite the paper cartridge once it is sealed within the chamber, correct? What if we filled a small metallic cup with the explosive Aldo gave us and encased it within the paper cartridge? We don't know how this explosive works yet, but with some experimentation, we might be able to make this work. Ludwig was shocked. Until now, he had completely given up on the needle rifle design he was experimenting with, but what his son had suggested was entirely feasible. With that in mind, the father and son immediately got to work, revising the blueprints and experimenting with the explosive powder. Though they had no way of knowing it, they were about to invent a key piece of military technology that Brigander had been planning for some time. This innovation would allow Austria to remain dominant in a world where its enemies had begun to reverse engineer its current weapons. Captain Andreas Jaeger rapidly loaded his quick-loading tube into his 1419 Jaeger rifle's muzzle. After completing this task, he affixed his bayonet to his rifle and prepared for the next wave of attacks. Surrounded and outnumbered, he was running low on munitions. If something did not change soon, he and his company of elite light infantry would be quickly defeated. Recently, he and his company of Jaegers had been deployed to the front lines to hunt down and destroy the various Italian skirmishers that had appeared on the battlefield. With their superior range and camouflaged equipment, these brave men had led the charge in the ongoing campaign against Austria's enemies in northern Italy. The Jaeger Corps had taken on the role of the Royal Austrian Army's premier light infantry, advancing beyond their main force to hunt down all potential obstacles on their journey. After discovering the locations of the Italian skirmishers by sheer coincidence, they had begun an extensive campaign to clear the path toward the city of Milan. Unfortunately, the Italians realized their information had been leaked after several minor skirmishes with the Austrian Jaegers. In response, the Italians encircled Andreas' company, forcing them to defend their position within a small village against a few thousand Italian soldiers. At the moment, the Austrian Jaegers were holed up in an agricultural village near Milan. During their brief respite, they had used their time wisely, gathering whatever resources they could find in the town to create a makeshift barricade, funneling the Italian soldiers into their line of fire. As Andreas finished loading his Jaeger rifle, he popped his head out from behind cover, aimed down the sights at the charging Italian horde, and fired his projectile straight into the torso of one of the Italian men-at-arms. The hexagonal bullet pierced through the man's breastplate as if it were butter, then blew out his insides. Blood spattered into the air. However, Andreas did not savor the sight. Instead, he ducked behind cover and rapidly began to reload his weapon. Meanwhile, his men were using a similar strategy. Between shots, arrows rained down on Andreas and his forces. One arrow struck Andreas' camouflaged steel helmet, lodging in the netting and fake foliage. Luckily, his and his men's armor was far superior to the primitive weapons of the Italians, allowing them to resist the attacks. With this in mind, Andreas finished loading his rifle and aimed down its sights at the next attacker. The moment he pulled the trigger, the hammer fell, and the flint sparked the gunpowder, propelling the hexagonal bullet into the torso of a man no more than 5 meters away. Afterward, Andreas did not reload his rifle but prepared for the enemy charge. Soon, his soldiers had also fixed their bayonets and thrust them toward the oncoming Italian soldiers, piercing through their mail and gambeson armor and into their vital organs. The Italians were funneled into the gaps between the makeshift barricades, a few men at a time, facing the bayonets of a dozen or more Austrians. After well over 100 Italian soldiers, the wall began to crumble, and Andreas was forced to retreat. Gritting his teeth in defeat, he gave the command to his soldiers. Fall back to the secondary line. With that, his remaining men abandoned the first barricade and retreated to the second line of defense within the village. As Andreas and his soldiers crossed back to the secondary objective, the defenders behind it opened fire on the rampaging Italians. The Austrian Jaegers quickly began to reload their rifles and fire a second volley. Andreas seriously wished, at that moment, he had a Schmidt gun nearby to help deal with the massive numbers they were fighting against. They were too far ahead of the main army to gain support, and the closest units nearby were other Jaeger companies, who were most likely unaware of their predicament. As his men fired upon the nearby enemies, he noticed one of his soldiers carrying a pouch filled with several grenades. The moment Andreas saw this, he ran over and questioned the man, "Where the hell did you get these?" "We're not grenadiers." The soldier was so focused on fighting the battle that he had forgotten he was carrying grenades. A wide grin appeared on his face as he took hold of one of the primitive steel grenades, lit its fuse, and tossed it into the Italian mob. As it exploded, the device sent shrapnel in all directions, claiming the lives of nearby Italian soldiers. Seeing this, the soldier began to cheer before answering Andreas' question. "I had forgotten I had these little bastards. I won them in a card game with some grenadiers. I suppose we're just lucky that High Command hasn't begun to crack down on inter-unit gambling yet." As he spoke, the soldier began to distribute the grenades to the nearby Austrian Jaegers, who lit them and tossed them into the fray, blasting the Italian army apart and causing massive casualties to the enemy forces. After the vanguard of the Italian ranks was utterly decimated by volley fire and the grenades, the remaining Italian soldiers fled from the village and back into the field where their commander was gathered. Andreas sighed in relief. The Austrians had successfully defended against another wave, but how much longer they could hold out was another question entirely. As such, he quickly gave his orders to the men gathered beside him in the village. "Rebuild the front line. Attend to the wounded and prepare for the next wave. All we can do is wait and hope for reinforcements to arrive." Though Andreas severely doubted that aid would come. This was already the third wave of attack they had repelled, and there was no sign of reinforcements on the horizon. They had no way to signal back to the main camp, and enemies surrounded them on all sides. Things were looking grim for the captain and his company of Jaegers. Before long, the Austrian soldiers had refortified their position. There would be no grenades for this next wave, and they had no artillery support. Many of the men were beginning to run low on munitions, so they would not easily defend their position. Andreas waited, with his rifle loaded and flintlock action cocked back. Before long, the next wave showed themselves, so he gave his troops the command to open fire. Fire at will. With this, Andreas squeezed the trigger of his Jaeger rifle and sent the hexagonal bullet downrange into the torso of an enemy soldier, causing the man to drop to the ground, struggling on his last breath. After this volley, Andreas and his soldiers quickly reloaded their rifles and fired another round of shots into the crowd of Italians. While preparing his next load, a crossbow bolt flew past him and into the eye socket of the soldier behind him, killing him instantly. Andreas did not have time to lament the soldier's death. Instead, he finished loading his weapon, aimed his rifle, and fired another shot at the enemy formation. Bullets rained downrange, and arrows returned to his position, pelting his soldiers with projectiles. Some died, some were wounded, and others remained entirely unscathed by the grace of God. The Italian soldiers arrived at the barricade quickly, where they struggled to break through. A few men at a time squeezed through the gap, but the Austrian Jaegers pierced through their armor's weak points with triangular bayonets, inflicting death on those unfortunate enough to break through their defenses. Some Austrian Jaegers had even resorted to sharpening their spades and began using them as blunt instruments, striking the Italian soldiers over their steel helmets, causing concussions and even death among their ranks. The battle was bloody, and both sides suffered losses as the Italians struggled to seize the ground occupied by the Jaegers. If they could not eliminate these ghosts, their army would suffer throughout the entire war. The thousands of Italians present threw everything they had at the Jaegers' makeshift defenses. However, by sheer force of will, they were repelled once more, falling back to their encampment. Night began to fall, and with it, the sounds of gunshots and death throes came to a halt. Andreas did not know what the Italians had planned for the next assault, but if things continued as they had, defeat was inevitable, and that was something he was unwilling to accept. The Austrian captain would need to come up with an innovative idea if he wanted to defeat the Italians who had encircled the lightly fortified village. Night soon descended, filling the sky with darkness, and the stench of death permeated the small farming village where Andreas and his men had set up their line of defense. They were surrounded by over 1,000 Italian soldiers, with fewer than 100 able-bodied men at their disposal. The Austrian Jaegers were running low on munitions, and most were wounded to some degree. One thing was certain: if they remained in the village, it would become their grave. Andreas was having a serious discussion with his 2 lieutenants as they tried to come up with a plan to survive. One of the men held his helmet in one hand and his rifle slung over his shoulder. His face was covered in dirt as he presented an idea to the other 2 officers. "We have only one option: we must launch a night raid and kill as many of their men while they sleep. We don't have enough cartridges left to sustain ourselves against another assault." However, the other officer was against this idea, deeming it too risky and likely to result in the deaths of their soldiers. He began to offer his own plan of action. "That will never work, there are too many of them. All that will do is get our soldiers killed. What we need to do is flee under cover of darkness. There are less than 100 of us left. I say we pick up our gear, build some stretchers, and get our brothers out of here before we all meet our demise." Immediately, the first lieutenant argued against this point. There were too many valuable supplies they would be leaving behind for the enemy to scavenge if they left the field of battle. "You are saying that we abandon the corpses of our brothers? What about the equipment they have, their painted breastplates and helmets, their camouflage uniforms, and their Jaeger rifles? If such valuable equipment falls into Italian hands, it will be used against us in the future." In response, the other officers snickered before commenting on the worst-case scenario. "If we all die here, they will have 120 Jaeger rifles and camouflage uniforms to use against us in the future. Do you want to give the Italians such firepower?" After hearing this, the officer who suggested the night raid gritted his teeth before bowing his head in defeat. A night raid against such a large force would not allow them to achieve victory. If they attempted such a suicidal move, they would be caught before they could kill even 100 of the Italian soldiers. At that moment, a feminine voice revealed itself from the shadows, startling the 3 officers as they pulled out their weapons. "Might I make a suggestion?" After posing the question, an above-average-looking woman revealed herself from behind a nearby hay bale. Andreas' 2 officers pointed their weapons in her direction while shouting commands. "Don't move! Identify yourself!" Seeing the frightened expressions on the officers' faces, the woman sighed heavily before reaching into her blouse and pulling out a special badge. "Agent Artka Alliance, Austrian Royal Intelligence. Now can you put down those rifles before you accidentally blow a hole through my torso?" Andreas sighed heavily before motioning his 2 officers to lower their weapons. After doing so, he asked the question on his mind. What exactly is one of His Majesty's spies doing in an insignificant farming village like this? Artka frowned before responding to Andreas' question in a deflective manner. "I am afraid that is classified. However, what I can tell you is that if you insist on running away, there is no possibility of you making it out alive. You are surrounded, and they are expecting you to make a break for it. I know I would if I were in their position." Upon hearing this, Andreas frowned. He expected it would be a bloody battle if they attempted to escape, but if the enemy was anticipating them to do so, it would only lead to a massacre. As such, he relented and asked Dark what she had in mind. "What's the plan?" A sadistic smile spread across the female agent's face as she revealed her dastardly plot to defeat the enemy. "It's simple. You have an entire village filled with hostages. Release them all, and I will sneak into the Italian camp amid the chaos. In the process, I will poison their food and water supply. Tomorrow morning, they will all be so sick that they won't be able to resist, and you can sweep into their encampment and kill them all." Andreas thought about it for a few moments before he sighed in defeat. "Very well, we will go with your plan. I will go round up the civilians. When we cut them loose, you will have your opportunity." In response, the girl nodded. Afterward, she was bound up in rope and carried off to where the other civilians were being held. Before long, Andreas' soldiers had gathered the civilians in the middle of the village, where he began to speak to them in an authoritative tone of voice. "Tomorrow morning, the Italians will attack this village and slaughter everyone within it to ensure our deaths. Let it be known that I, Captain Andreas Jaeger, in service of His Majesty King Berenger von Kufstein, am a merciful man. As such, I hereby release you."
Go forth to your masters and seek their protection." With that, the Jaegers walked behind the villagers, cut their bindings, and the villagers immediately fled their homes toward the Italian camp, utterly unaware that there was a spy among them. After they were out of sight, one of Andreas' lieutenants approached him while lighting a hemp cigarette. "Do you think she can succeed?" Andreas shrugged his shoulders before responding. "I have no idea, but she's right, her option is our best hope." As the Austrian Jaegers prepared for battle, Artka had successfully infiltrated the Italian camp. The Italian commander was shocked to see all the villagers alive and free. This made him wary, and he did not know what the Austrian captain had planned. In response, he sent a few of his forces to scout the village, while the rest prepared accommodations for the villagers, now embedded within their camp. Artka, meanwhile, had found her way to the water supply. She took out a pouch of white powder arsenic, the poison Berenger often used in his assassinations. Her real reason for being in the village was that she had botched an assassination attempt against the Duke of Milan and fled the nearby city. Though she had escaped her pursuers, she found herself trapped in the village as the Jaegers fought for their survival. After spiking the water containers with the poison, she moved to the butcher's tent and the grain storage, where she spread the toxin to the wheat and meat supplies. After doing so, she double-checked to see if she had been followed before making her way to where the rest of the refugees were located within the camp, where she began to blend in perfectly. With this, the Austrians had ensured their victory. Many hours passed before the sun rose in the sky above, and it was only after it was well past 10 in the morning that the Austrian Jaegers advanced into the Italian encampment. While the Jaegers cautiously approached the area, they soon realized that the Italian soldiers and civilians alike were sick to their stomachs and too feeble to stand. With this in mind, Andreas smiled before giving his orders to his troops. "Kill every soldier you come across, as for the civilians, leave them be." With this said, a slaughter began to unfold within the Italian encampment as men too weak to defend themselves were stabbed to death by the thrusts of the Austrian bayonets. Thousands of men met their end at the hands of the Austrian ghosts that the Italians had just the day before pushed to the brink of death. When the massacre was finished, Artka revealed herself to the Austrian soldiers, who were surprised to see that someone was not affected by the poison that had been inflicted upon the Italian soldiers and civilians. After all, Andreas did not reveal the entire nature of his plan to his troops. The identities of Berenger's agents were a highly regarded secret. As such, Artka did not reveal her information to the whole company and instead saluted the captain as she made her request. "Captain, I am afraid that I require extraction. My cover has been blown, and I must confess that I have failed in my duties. I need to inform His Majesty of this information as quickly as possible." Though the Austrian soldiers did not know who this woman was, to salute the captain in such a manner and make such a request meant that she was most likely tied to Austrian intelligence. As such, they did not comment on the situation. Instead, they allowed their commanding officer to handle it. With her publicly asking for extraction in front of his men, Andreas had no choice but to comply. The agents of Austrian royal intelligence were highly regarded and could control military units if necessary. If he declined her request, she would simply order him to do so in front of his troops, which would significantly damage his prestige. The fact that she had made her request in front of his soldiers was a sign of respect. With this in mind, he nodded stoically before agreeing to her terms. "All right, I will escort you back to the main force. However, we will be taking my route, is that understood?" Artka saw no issue with these conditions and nodded silently. As she did, Andreas gave his orders to his troops. "Men, recover the bodies of our fallen brothers and gather whatever supplies you can. I want you all ready to depart by noon. Do I make myself clear?" Without hesitation, the soldiers all cried out in unison, "Yes, sir." With that, the battle had come to a close, and the Austrians followed their instructions. While other Jaeger units continued to battle the Italian skirmishers, Andreas and his men would be extracting the female agent back to the safety of the main host. Days had passed since the company of Jaegers, led by Captain Andreas, reached the main force and informed Berenger of their troubles. Berenger had a long conversation with the female agent about her failed mission before dispatching her on another classified operation. Eventually, the Jaeger Corps returned with minimal losses from their operation, having cleared the entire path forward.
Berenger and his army marched to the city of Milan, where they now stood outside its gates. A siege camp was rapidly constructed in the same manner Berenger usually established, with an extensive trench line encircling the encampment, surrounded by barbed wire. Cannons and Schmidt guns were embedded within the trench line, bombarding the city and defending the camp. Observation towers were set up, with snipers atop them, providing the Austrian army with a clear view of their surroundings and the ability to react to any threat. Thousands of tents housed the soldiers and their supplies within the center of the trench line.
Although the siege camp was established, Berenger had not yet ordered the bombardment of the city.
Instead, he was in his command tent, reviewing the strategy for taking the city in the most efficient manner possible. Surrounding Berenger were his highest-ranking officers, each commanding a large section of his forces. Among them was the colonel tasked with leading his elite Jaeger Corps, who, unlike the rest of the soldiers dressed in Renaissance-style armor and attire, was clad in relatively modern equipment. Spread out on the table before the officers and their king was a map of the city. Berenger had marked the various gatehouses and began addressing his general, who was tasked with leading the artillery brigades. "I want the cannons fixed on these gatehouses. I want the gates turned to splinters, and the entire gatehouse brought to ruin. Once the gatehouses have crumbled, our armies will charge into the city and slaughter any resistance they come across." When the artillery general heard this, he saluted Berenger and responded to his strategy.
"It will be done, Your Majesty." Berenger smiled and then addressed the officer in charge of the infantry brigades.
"After the artillery brings down the gates, I need your men to penetrate the gaps as quickly as possible. I want this city picked clean by sunset. There's no reason to prolong this siege. The longer we stay here, the more time the enemy has to prepare for our advance." The infantry general responded to Berenger's concerns in the same manner as the artillery general.
Berenger then addressed the colonel of the Jaeger Corps.
"As for you, I want you and your soldiers to gather the supplies you need and prepare to move out at a moment's notice. I want the path toward Parma cleared before we even begin our march forward. We have spent far too much time bogged down here in Milan."
The Jaeger colonel nodded in response and accepted Berenger's terms. "Don't worry, Your Majesty. We Jaegers are the spearhead of the Royal Austrian Army. I promise you won't see a single skirmisher on your journey to Parma." Berenger smiled and nodded before dismissing his officers.
"All right, you all know your plans. Quickly set to the task. I want our troops prepared to move out before nightfall." The gathered officers quickly saluted him and responded in the affirmative.
"Yes, Your Majesty."
They then exited the tent to prepare their troops for battle. As for Berenger, he pulled out a golden chalice and poured some fortified wine into it before taking a sip. Thanks to his influence, the world was rapidly changing, and he knew it would not be long before his enemies began to adapt to his weapons. Sieges would not always be this easy, and he had to savor the swift victories while still managing to achieve them. When he returned from this war, he desperately needed to begin the industrialization process in Austria. He had already reached the limits of pre-industrial society. If he wanted to maintain his dominance, the era of steel and steam would need to begin.
As he pondered these things, the cannons began to echo in the distance, unleashing their fury onto the gatehouses of the city of Milan.
With his current prowess, Berenger estimated that it would take at most an hour before the city gates were brought to ruin and his soldiers could swarm the city like an army of locusts. Thus, Berenger spent the remaining time of the bombardment in his command tent, reviewing his plans. The longer this war dragged on, the less beneficial it would be for him. He needed to quickly make his way to Bologna. However, there were several small cities in between, such as Parma, which he needed to pass through first. After doing so, he would head to Florence to capture the Medici's wealth and bring down the imperial crown. If things kept going as planned, this war would last at most a few months. As Berenger was making these plans, an officer arrived in the tent to inform him of their progress. "Your Majesty, the gates have crumbled, and our soldiers have begun to advance into the city." Upon hearing this, Berenger smiled, then grabbed his burgonet and placed it upon his head. An army of roughly 50,000 men was rushing into the city, ransacking it for its worth. It would be a matter of hours before they began to depart. Berenger intended to enjoy the sights and take a stroll through the city. With this in mind, he informed the officer of his decision.
"Gather my guard, I will be entering the city." The officer nodded and departed from the tent. Berenger's guard was already assembled when he entered the camp a few minutes later.
Most of these men were among their respective units' elites and had formed a rudimentary protection unit for some time. Seeing this, Berenger realized that, as a king, he needed a dedicated unit to protect himself and his family. He decided that, after the war, he would establish a proper royal guard. After gazing fondly upon his soldiers, Berenger mounted his steed, and the unit tasked with his protection followed suit. Seeing that the team was prepared to enter the city, Berenger called out his commands. "Forward march!" With this, the King of Austria and his guard marched into the burning city as conquerors. As they passed through the gatehouse, now reduced to splinters and debris, Berenger noticed a pile of corpses, mainly the Italian defenders. The rear echelon of his forces was already piling the bodies into wagons for proper disposal. The scent of smoke and blood filled the air as Berenger advanced further into the city. He saw his troops looting everything of value and restraining the citizens to prevent resistance. It became increasingly clear that the level of resistance Berenger's army faced after entering the city was practically non-existent. Aside from a few hundred Italian defenders held up within the city's castle, the rest of Milan had already surrendered peacefully. The city's citizens gazed upon Berenger with a mix of awe and hatred as they saw the legendary figure in the flesh, striding forth on horseback as if conquering their city was as natural as breathing air. In just a few hours, the once mighty city of Milan had fallen, and its riches were plundered by the Austrian invaders. Despite this, no citizens chose to resist. They were well aware of the futility of fighting the Royal Austrian army. News of Verona's defeat had already spread across northern Italy, as well as the disastrous defeat in the Adriatic that sent the remainder of their navy to the depths of the Mediterranean. In the eyes of many Italian citizens, the war was already over, and the empire had lost. Despite this, the emperor did not offer terms of surrender, nor would Berenger accept them, not until he had seized Florence and taken the vast fortune of the Medici for himself. By doing so, he would cripple his greatest enemy financially, the Catholic Church. With this in mind, the city of Milan fell in a near effortless victory for the Austrian royal army. What could have taken days of brutal conflict lasted a mere matter of hours. This would not be the last time Berenger ransacked a city in such a manner. After all, the will of the Italian people to fight against such an overwhelming foe, who wanted nothing more than independence, was waning by the day. Emperor Balsamo Corsini sat upon his imperial throne within the city of Florence. News of Milan's fall had just reached his ears, and he could hardly believe it. If the information had not come from a trusted source, he would never have dared to believe such shocking words. The Holy Roman Emperor swallowed the saliva that had built up in his throat before asking the question on his mind to the general standing before him. "Can you repeat what you just said for me?" Without hesitation, the general repeated the grim news he had just delivered. He sighed with defeat as he announced, "Milan has fallen." It took the Austrian army roughly an hour to penetrate the city's defenses. Resistance to the Austrian invaders ended as swiftly as it had begun. According to reports, the Austrians have been ransacking the wealth of our northernmost cities. Anything of value that could be taken has been stripped from the local populace, leaving the population poor and destitute. With this clarification, the emperor rested his head in his hands and gazed at the floor with a panicked expression. He could scarcely believe that Milan had fallen so quickly, especially after he had dispatched forces to hamper the Austrian advance. Promptly, he asked about the status of his skirmishers. "What about the troops we have set in the field? How many remain to slow down the Austrian army?" The general who had given the emperor his report cleared his throat before speaking about the status of their skirmishers. "We have lost contact with the forces meant to halt the Austrian advance. My guess is that the Austrians found a way to hunt them down. The last message we received from any of our units in the field is a bit cryptic." The emperor frowned as he heard this. In fact, he was quite afraid to ask, but he knew it was his duty to do so. Balsamo masked his internal trepidation with a facade of confidence as he asked the general for his report. What were the contents of the message? The general did not hesitate to present the evidence. He looked at the message, which appeared to be written in the blood of the man who had written it, before speaking up. There are only 2 words. Austrian ghosts. Balsamo was a deeply religious and superstitious man. His confident facade crumbled as soon as he heard the phrase. The emperor immediately stood up from his seat with an expression filled with dread and broke out into a mad outburst. "What sorcery is this? Berenger can control the souls of the damned. Is that what my soldiers mean to tell me? How can we defeat such evil?" While the emperor was having a mental breakdown, the general cleared his throat and tried to present a reasonable alternative to his liege. "I don't believe the soldiers meant literal ghosts. I think the report means that Austria has hidden units that move in the shadows, swiftly attacking our forces while remaining unseen. These alleged ghosts are a serious threat and need to be treated as such." Upon hearing a reasonable explanation, the emperor collapsed into his seat, sighing heavily in relief. It took him a moment or two to calm his nerves, for the manner in which the Austrians had advanced through his territory already seemed borderline supernatural. The emperor spent the next few moments reflecting on his options. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that the possibility of victory in this war was practically non-existent. His navy was utterly decimated and lay at the bottom of the Mediterranean. His trade fleet was being pillaged by a combination of Berenger's privateers and foreign pirates with impunity, severely damaging the economy. Without a proper navy, his trade would soon come to a grinding halt. As for the Swiss front, it was a lost cause. Half of the nation had already fallen after the defeat at Zurich. The Swiss leaders were now convening to negotiate their surrender to Adelbrand and his army of 25,000 Austrians. Balsamo swore that if he could, he would march his armies into the Swiss Confederation and remind them who they were subject to. However, he could not do this. He had suffered serious losses against Berenger's army, and the Austrians had cut off any route into the Swiss Confederation. While all of this was happening, Berenger's main force was plowing straight through Lombardy and would soon be at his gates. Though the emperor's forces had captured some weapons from Berenger's army, it would take years to reverse engineer such advanced weaponry. The war would undoubtedly be over long before then. Thus, the Holy Roman Emperor was left with two options: surrender and hope for leniency, or make a last stand against the Austrian army. The emperor was too proud to bow his head to a lowly baron who proclaimed himself king. No, there was only one way for this conflict to end: he would rather die than admit defeat to an upstart like Berenger. Emperor Balsamo Corsini quickly rose from his seat, dusted off his attire, and reclaimed his determination. After doing so, he boldly declared to his general his final plan for turning the war around. "General, gather every man and child that can bear arms within our remaining territory. Equip them with whatever weapons you can find, and bring them to Florence. If Berenger wants to defeat me, he will have to take the city from an army of over 100,000 men." The general sighed when he heard this. Bringing such a large army to Florence would deplete their food reserves. Even if the Royal Austrian army were defeated at Florence, the capital would starve by the time winter arrived. The war was already lost, and yet the emperor was too proud to admit defeat. Nevertheless, the general had his orders and nodded his head before responding in the affirmative. "I will do what you ask, but, Your Majesty, as your general, I feel I must advise you against such a drastic measure. Regardless of whether we win or lose this battle, this war as a whole will be the end of the Holy Roman Empire. Even if we manage to repel the Austrians, our armies will be devastated, and our economy will be in ruins. If we genuinely undergo such a disastrous option, we will no longer have the ability to project enough strength to control our vassals, and one by one, they will follow in Austria's footsteps." However, despite this advice, the emperor was undeterred from his course of action. Either Austria would break its back against the walls of Florence, or the empire would crumble. However, the dignity of the emperor would never falter. Balsamo Corsini glared at his general before responding, "Your opinion is noted, but you will do what I ask, or I will find a general who will." After hearing that the emperor was set on this suicidal path, the general sighed heavily before nodding his head. The future was bleak for the empire, but he supposed all good things must come to an end. After all, the vassals that made up the Holy Roman Empire were largely autonomous to begin with. With this in mind, the general steeled his resolve before responding to the emperor's demands. "Very well, you shall have your army, but when the empire begins to fall apart, let it be known that I advised against this course of action." The emperor said nothing and allowed the general to depart in silence.
Instead, he sat upon his throne and took a large swig from his chalice of wine. The man continued to drink until the contents of the glass were entirely within his stomach.
The emperor had faith that Berenger would not quickly seize the capital with such a large force of defenders. Even if most of them were peasant levies, bodies were bodies, and Berenger's power could be overwhelmed eventually. As such, while Berenger rapidly advanced on the city of Parma, the empire began withdrawing all of its forces from the field and the garrisons that guarded the northern towns to Florence. Southern Italy was also tasked with bringing forth troops to defend Florence from the Austrian invasion. The Battle of Florence would become the determining battle in this war for Austrian independence. Whether the empire would crumble in defeat remained to be seen. After all, the union of the various imperial states was still beneficial to most of its members. One thing was certain, though: this battle would have long-reaching effects on the power structure of the European continent.
Ludwig stood on the range within the weapons testing facility outside Kufstein City.
In his hand was a prototype he had been working on for some time. Thanks to advancements in chemical technology, such as mercury fulminate and the creation of percussion caps, Ludwig had finally completed his design. The working title for this weapon was the Schmidt needle rifle. This single-shot, bolt-action rifle used a long needle to penetrate the end of a paper cartridge, striking the percussion cap embedded within and igniting the powder to propel the bullet downrange. The rifle was equipped with a 33.66-inch barrel that utilized the same polygonal rifling as the 1819 Jaeger rifles, and it used a .451 lead alloy projectile. Unlike the hexagonal bullets issued to the Jaeger rifles, this needle rifle utilized a cylindrical projectile of a more traditional design. The sights were a ladder-style iron sight that graduated from 100 to 1,600 yards, though this maximum range was somewhat optimistic. Unlike needle rifle designs from Berenger's previous life, this rifle was built with durability and reliability in mind. It utilized a reinforced locking system and a more robust needle that was easily replaceable from the rear of the action if damaged. Overall, its appearance resembled the Mauser Model 1871 from Berenger's past. Ludwig had designed a new blade-style bayonet similar to the 1871-84 pattern bayonet from Berenger's earlier life. The most significant difference between the Mauser 1871 and the Schmidt needle rifle was that the latter was not a centerfire weapon but a needle gun. Ludwig loaded the hand-rolled paper cartridge into the chamber before closing the bolt. Afterward, he aimed down the sights at 100 yards and pulled the trigger. The needle on the bolt pierced the rear of the paper cartridge and struck the percussion cap, igniting the powder and propelling the .451 lead alloy projectile downrange and into the target. The remaining paper cartridge was blown out of the rifle's bore. The moment Ludwig fired, he cycled the action to the rear, loaded another cartridge, and fired at the target again. It was another solid hit. He continued this for a total of 12 rounds in a single minute. The garrison, watching him test the new rifle, was amazed by its fire rate. However, they were uncertain about its effective range, and due to Ludwig's poor shooting, he did not hit all of his targets. As he continued, a man approached Ludwig. He was not wearing the standard army uniform but was dressed in the Feldgrau uniform of the Jaeger Corps, and he walked with crutches. Evidently, this young soldier had been wounded in battle and sent home to recover. He was just hanging out with a friend from the garrison when Ludwig showed up to test-fire his new weapon. The Jaeger was impressed by the weapon's rate of fire but not by its accuracy. Being an expert marksman, he deduced that the lack of accuracy was most likely due to the shooter's lack of proper training. Consequently, he volunteered to test the gun himself after confirming it was safe to operate. "My lord, Corporal Locke Wick-10 at your service. It would be my honor to test this rifle for you to see how effective its range is. That is, if you do not mind an old Jaeger like myself doing so." Ludwig looked over at the man and noticed he was dressed in a military uniform unlike any he had ever seen before. It was sleek and lacked the noticeable embellishments that most of Berenger's troops wore. Despite Ludwig's unfamiliarity with the uniform, the old man recognized the silver oakleaf pin on the man's field cap, which designated him as a member of the Royal Austrian Jaeger Corps. It was a crime to reproduce the pin and use it without authorization. Thus, the man before him was either a member of Berenger's elite forces or a fraud risking a criminal sentence. Ludwig was betting on the former and nodded his head with a stoic expression.
Not at all, show me what you Jaegers are capable of.
The soldier smiled and sat down at the bench rest, grabbing the needle rifle and placing a paper cartridge in its chamber, just as Ludwig had done before. He then adjusted its iron sights from 100 yards to 1,000 yards, a shot he was usually capable of pulling off with his Jaeger rifle under ideal conditions. He gauged the wind in the air before squeezing the trigger, sending the projectile downrange to a steel target sitting out at roughly 1,000 yards. The audible ping of the lead crashing against steel resonated throughout the testing field, signaling to everyone present that the Jaeger had hit his mark. This was a phenomenal feat for the average soldiers of the garrison. Most troops in the Austrian army were unaware of just how proficient the Jaegers were at long-range combat, as they had never witnessed them in battle.
The Jaegers were a force deployed far ahead of the traditional battlefield.
After pulling the trigger and sending the round downrange, the Jaeger immediately cycled the bolt back to the rear and loaded another paper cartridge from the table into the chamber, then sent the bolt home. After doing so, he aimed at another target 1,200 yards downrange and adjusted his sights to compensate for the difference in distance. Having made his calculations, the young soldier pulled the trigger, and once more, an audible ping resounded throughout the range.
The action of firing 2 shots in under 10 seconds and successfully hitting targets at such a distance shocked the crowd of soldiers even more.
After the Jaeger followed up with a third shot at 1,500 yards, which also hit its target, he cycled the bolt back to clear the weapon, though it wasn't necessary, before chuckling to himself. As he did so, he cried out at the top of his lungs, "Wonderful, simply wonderful. I need one of these for when I go back to the field. How much do you want for it?" However, Ludwig shook his head as he informed the young soldier about the reality of the weapon. "This is just a prototype. The final product will have to be approved by the king for service in the army. You will have to wait until then." Despite Ludwig declining his offer, the Jaeger was persistent and made a substantial offer. "If you can make another one of these for me, I will pay 2, no, 3 guldens. I know plenty of my comrades who would do the same." Ludwig was tempted to take the soldier up on his offer, but the weapon still hadn't been thoroughly tested, and he didn't want the man to lose his life due to a malfunction. As such, he declined once more. "Once I iron out the kinks in the rifle and improve it, I will be happy to sell you one if you really can't wait until they become standard issue." The soldier frowned in response but understood that Ludwig had good intentions. As such, he agreed to the man's terms. "All right, don't keep me waiting too long. In a few weeks, I will be back in the field, and I would feel a lot safer with this rifle as my primary weapon than the current issue Jaeger rifle." Ludwig scratched the back of his head as he responded to the soldier's eagerness to purchase the rifle. "I will see what I can do. Hopefully, I can have a functional variant made for you to use in the field by then." After saying this, the Jaeger thanked Ludwig, picked up his crutches, and headed off from the testing facility. He had a broad smile spread across his face like a kid on Christmas. Such an excellent weapon solved his biggest complaints about the currently issued muzzle-loading rifles. As for Ludwig, he sighed in relief after the overly excited soldier was gone. He then picked up his prototype rifle and brought it back to the shop. So far, everything seemed to function properly, but he was going to need to stress test the weapon over the coming days to ensure there were no serious issues with it. However, for a prototype, the weapon was beyond functional, and that made him happy. He could not wait until King Berenger could finally witness the rifle that the old man had designed entirely by himself. He could already anticipate the commendation he would receive for creating such a revolutionary type of weapon. With that, Ludwig returned to the state-run armory he managed, where he began manufacturing more paper cartridges to test the rifle in the upcoming days. By the time Berenger marched on Florence, thousands of these Schmidt needle rifles would be in the hands of Berenger's most elite forces. In the city of Geneva, on the opposite side of the Swiss Confederation from where the Royal Austrian Army was currently occupying, various high-ranking noblemen had gathered to discuss the reality of the war they were facing. These men, who spoke German, were ethnically closer to the Austrians than to their Italian masters. As vassals of the Holy Roman Empire, they enjoyed a high degree of autonomy. With this in mind, they decided to exercise their right to negotiate their surrender to the Kingdom of Austria. Adelbrand von Salzburg, the general of the Austrian army tasked with invading the Swiss Confederation, had sent his demands to the remaining leaders of the Swiss Confederation. The terms Adelbrand had set were clear: the Austrian army would yield their conquest only if the Swiss Confederation, in its entirety, agreed to annexation by the Austrian crown, to be reformed as the Grand Duchy of Switzerland. This Grand Duchy would effectively become a vassal state of the Kingdom of Austria and would be subject to all laws established in the Austrian constitution. To the lords of the Swiss Confederation, this was an unappealing prospect. They would be giving up the autonomy they had maintained under the Holy Roman Emperor in favor of a strong, centralized government under a single monarch. Moreover, they would be forced to implement the military, political, economic, agricultural, and industrial reforms that Berenger had established in Austria, thereby losing a significant degree of political and military power. This thought particularly irritated one of the more prominent noblemen, who had gathered for this meeting to present his case against surrendering to the Austrian crown. The upstart Berenger von Kufstein has gone too far with his demands. He expects us to kneel before him and beg for mercy. Never. We should fight until our last breaths against this annexation. It is a humiliation to the Swiss people. This count was not the only one who felt this way, as several members of the nobility immediately expressed support for this viewpoint. Hear, hear. Screw Austria and their young king. Death before dishonor. However, a few of the noblemen present were not entirely against the idea of annexation. These men were reformists, or at the very least, the populations they ruled over were primarily comprised of reformists. As such, they had a responsibility to present the other side of the argument. One of these men was the Count of Fribourg, who was a close personal friend of Count Rainer von Schuh, the noble who had surrendered to the Austrian crown during the initial invasion. He understood better than anyone the reasons for doing so and thus presented an alternative to the more boisterous members of the Swiss high nobility. It is my opinion that these demands are not unreasonable. While Austria will hold more control over our lands than the Empire, it has become increasingly apparent that we are witnessing the rise of a new power with the Kingdom of Austria, one that might unify the German world into a single cohesive empire. Before long, Florence will fall, and with it, the dignity of the imperial crown. Under Austrian rule, we will become as wealthy and prosperous as they have become. The age of feudalism and knights is coming to an end. If we do not embrace this new era, we will be left behind in the darkness plaguing our lands. If we refuse the Austrians' terms, they will conquer us, and when they do, they will replace every one of us with an Austrian nobleman of their choosing. We share many ethnic and cultural aspects with the Austrians, far more than with the Italians. It is in the best interest of the Swiss people and their nobility to kneel before the Austrian crown. When the men gathered heard this, they fell silent. The Count's words made sense. They no longer had the military capacity to continue the war with the Austrians. If they chose to continue, they would only provoke the ire of the Austrian crown, which would surely result in them losing all their power and authority over their lands, if not their lives. Despite this reality, many were reluctant to hand over their long-held power to the Kingdom of Austria and its centralized government. As such, they began proposing new ideas to maintain their autonomy. Could we not negotiate with the Austrians for the same degree of autonomy we have under the Empire? After all, their demands of total surrender are insulting. Surely the Austrian king can understand our grievances? However, those in favor of surrendering knew this was unlikely and immediately dismissed the idea. With what power can we make such demands of King Berenger? The Austrians respect nothing but military might. They have made it clear that they want to incorporate us into their kingdom, under their laws. To them, we are backward and primitive people. With their advanced agricultural systems, they can feed their people at least 3 meals a day, while ours are severely malnourished. This affects prosperity, productivity, and population growth. As noblemen, if we surrender, we might lose a substantial degree of power, but we will gain in the fortune our houses will accrue. This is the reality we face. A new era is upon us, and we can either adapt to the winds of change or be swept away by them. If any of you wish to decline the terms presented, then so be it. However, I know that I will personally surrender to the Austrians, ensuring my family's future in the process. This is an unwinnable war, and you all know it. The words of this man significantly affected the other noblemen present. They quickly realized that even if a few of them resisted until the end, others among their ranks would surrender on their terms. This realization caused all confidence in a united resistance against the Austrian incursion to collapse instantly. Those members of the Swiss nobility who moments before were yelling to resist Austria at all costs now had downcast expressions as they gazed at their compatriots ready to kneel before the Austrian crown as their new master. The Swiss Confederation had become a hotbed of the German Reformation. They knew that the people they presided over were already tired of fighting a war with the homeland of their faith on behalf of the Catholic Emperor. With this in mind, a vote was held among the various Swiss noblemen gathered in the meeting. An older nobleman who had remained silent until now was the first to speak up. All in favor of surrendering to the Austrian crown under the terms they have presented? Over 3/4 of the nobility in the room voted in favor of this agreement. The older man immediately noticed that a few men remained utterly silent in response to this vote. Thus, he proposed the second option. All in favor of resisting the Austrian crown until our last breath? Despite the unwillingness of 1/4 of the noblemen to surrender, there was complete and utter silence regarding this vote. Those who once wished to resist were now abstaining. With this in mind, the older man sighed before making the decision known. 3/4 are in favor of surrendering, and 1/4 are abstaining. The decision is final: we will surrender to the Austrian crown under the terms they have presented, and allow the full annexation of the Swiss Confederation. From henceforth, we shall be known as the Grand Duchy of Switzerland, with the Grand Duke to be chosen by our liege, the King of Austria, His Majesty Berenger von Kufstein. The moment these words were spoken, only silence filled the air. Even those ready to surrender were not entirely eager to see the changes that would come to Switzerland in the coming years. After all, to give up the degree of autonomy they had and become a state of the Kingdom of Austria was not a decision to be taken lightly. However, despite their reluctance, one thing was certain: the Swiss theater of the Austrian War for Independence was over. Aside from a small occupying force left behind to establish control over the newly formed Grand Duchy of Switzerland, the remaining troops would be pouring into the Italian theater to support the main army in its attempt to lay siege to Florence. With the Emperor's last stand on the horizon, Berenger would need every soldier he could muster for the siege of a city filled with belligerents. It was bound to be a brutal and bloody conflict, and the 20,000 soldiers arriving from the land formerly known as the Swiss Confederation were sure to aid Austria's chances of victory. Corporal Loch Wichten sat in the back of a supply wagon headed for the front lines. In his hands was the new and improved Schmidt needle rifle that Ludwig had refined after thorough and rigorous stress testing. Dressed in his camouflage smock and field cap, with his helmet beside him, the young man cleaned the rifle with great care. This supply convoy not only brought much-needed supplies to the front lines but also reinforcements to replace soldiers who had been wounded or killed in battle. Some of these men, like Locke, were returning to the front lines after being injured themselves. The young corporal could not wait to show off his new prototype rifle to the soldiers in his unit, eager to regroup with them. By now, Berenger and his army had advanced beyond the city of Milan after plundering its treasures and were en route to the small city of Parma, which lay between them and Bologna. Any minute now, Locke would likely approach Berenger's army and regroup with at least one of the nearby Jaeger units. While the Italians had pulled back the majority of their soldiers to reinforce the city of Florence for a desperate last stand against the Royal Austrian Army, they had kept some troops in the field to slow down the Austrian advance and buy the main Italian army much-needed time. When Locke finally saw the tents of the Austrian encampment appear in the distance, he slung his rifle over his shoulder, placed his helmet on his head, and rushed towards the camp, waving at the supply convoy as he departed. Upon arrival, he was surprised to see that his company was resting in the encampment and not out in the field. He quickly approached Captain Andreas Jaeger, saluting the man with respect. "Corporal Loch Wichten reporting for duty, sir." Captain Jaeger returned Locke's salute before responding, "At ease, Corporal. I hope you are well rested, as we will be deploying to the front lines shortly." After speaking, the captain noticed the rifle slung on Locke's shoulder, which was markedly different from the muzzle-loading Jaeger rifles currently issued to the Corps. He could not help but inquire, "Corporal, what is that, and where did you get it?" The moment Locke heard this, he unslung the weapon and presented it to his commanding officer. "This is called a needle rifle. While I was away, Ludwig invented it. This particular rifle is a second prototype, but Ludwig has assured me it is free from any potentially harmful malfunctions. It has the same degree of accuracy as our currently issued rifles but can fire 12 rounds a minute." When Andreas heard this, he was shocked that such a weapon existed.
He wanted to see a demonstration, however, firing a gun in camp was explicitly forbidden. Therefore, he would have to wait to see how well the rifle functioned in the field. With a sigh, he gave the corporal his orders, "Get back to your squad. I'm sure they will be happy to see you have made a full recovery." Locke saluted Captain Andreas once more before replying, "Yes, sir." After saluting the young man back, Locke returned to his tent, where he met with his fellow soldiers. Meanwhile, Andreas immediately began searching for his commanding officer to inform him of this new weapon. Eventually, he found Colonel Dietrich von Lienz in a meeting with King Berenger von Kufstein within the command tent. Knowing his place, the man patiently waited by the tent side until his superior officer departed. However, when Dietrich finally exited the tent, he was alongside Berenger, who looked at the young captain with confusion. Seeing the king in front of him, Captain Andreas immediately saluted. "Your Majesty, Captain Andreas Jaeger, reporting to my superior officer about some information received from a soldier returning from medical leave." Berenger was curious as to what valuable intel a returning soldier could have and spoke up before Colonel Dietrich could respond. "Speak. If this is something so valuable that you would wait by the tent side for your CO, then you are free to discuss it with me." Captain Andreas looked over to his commanding officer for permission. Meanwhile, the aging colonel gazed at Andreas as if he were an idiot and silently nodded his head. As such, Captain Andreas no longer hesitated to speak his mind. "One of my soldiers, Corporal Locke Wick 10, has returned with a prototype weapon he purchased from Baronet Ludwig. He calls it a needle rifle and says it is capable of firing a projectile to a similar distance that our Jaeger rifles are capable of, with more than twice the rate of fire." When Berenger heard this, he was shocked. The only needle rifles he knew of were the Drays and Chassepot from his previous life, and they lacked in long-range firepower compared to the Whitworth rifle that he had based his Jaeger rifles on. Not only that, but as far as he was aware, they did not yet have mercury fulminate to manufacture percussion caps. Thus, he was skeptical of this claim. He responded with a hint of curiosity in his tone. "Did the soldier call it a needle rifle?" When Berenger asked this, the captain looked at him with confusion in his eyes before nodding his head. Was it possible that Berenger knew about Ludwig's designs? Then again, as king, it made sense that he would be aware of the experimental weapons shrouded in secrecy. The moment Berniger witnessed the man's nod, his expression turned serious, and he spoke with the authoritative tone befitting a monarch. "Take me to this man right away." Andreas led Berenger and Colonel Dietrich to the tent where Locke and his squad were resting. The moment Captain Andreas arrived, the men jumped to attention, saluting their commanding officer. They were shocked, however, to see the colonel of the Jaeger Corps and the monarch himself standing behind their captain. Before any of the soldiers could speak, Berenger immediately issued his decree. "Which one of you is Corporal Locke Wick 10? Locke was astonished to find that the King of Austria had come searching for him. As such, he proudly presented himself to Berenger with his chest puffed out. "Corporal Locke Wick 10, at your service, your Majesty." Berenger inspected the man closely, noting that there was nothing out of the ordinary, and quickly cut to the chase. "Show me the rifle you have brought with you." Locke did not hesitate. He retrieved the needle rifle and checked to ensure it was clear before handing it over to Berenger with the bolt open. The Royal Austrian Army always emphasized firearms safety as a priority in the training of recruits. As such, a soldier would face severe punishment if they did not first check to see if a weapon was clear before handing it over to someone else. Berenger closely inspected the rifle and noticed that it greatly resembled a Mauser Model 1871 from his past life, except instead of a single-shot centerfire rifle, it was a needle-fired rifle. The gun's needle was easily replaceable if damaged, much like in the final design of the Dreyse rifle, which was added to the weapon variant in 1874. Berenger gazed down the bore and inspected it to see whether it had traditional or polygonal rifling. To his surprise, Ludwig had gone the extra mile with these rifles, improving the rifling just as the current Jaeger rifles did. After closely observing the rifle, Berenger extended his hand and ordered the soldier, "Give me one of the cartridges." When the man heard this, he rushed over to his cot, where he retrieved a paper cartridge from his webgear, containing a cylindrical .451 Whitworth-style projectile. Seeing this, a wry smile appeared on Berenger's face as he voiced his thoughts aloud. "Ludwig, you are a genius."
Without any guidance, Ludwig had done the unthinkable. He had manufactured a needle rifle from scratch, centuries ahead of its time. Having never shot a needle rifle before, Berenger was eager to test the weapon and swiftly walked out of the tent, where the others nearby followed him. After leaving the camp, Berenger gave his soldiers an order. "Set up a target 1,000 yards out, I want to test this rifle." The soldiers followed their orders and placed a wooden bucket at 1,000 yards before returning to Berenger's side. Berenger immediately adjusted the sights to the appropriate distance, shouldered the rifle in his left arm, and gazed through the iron sights with his one good eye. After acquiring his target, he inhaled deeply, held his breath, and squeezed the trigger. The moment he did so, the needle struck the percussion cap, igniting the powder within and sending the projectile downrange at over 1,300 feet per second. The projectile struck its target, knocking the bucket into the air. Berenger exhaled deeply, cocked the action back, and handed the rifle to Corporal Locke with a broad smile on his face. He was pleased with the performance of the rifle and could not contain his joy. He then grabbed Colonel Dietrich and gave him an order. "Send word to Ludwig, I want him to produce as many of these rifles as he can. Before we march on Florence, I want your entire Jaeger Corps outfitted with these weapons." Dietrich immediately saluted Berenger and responded in the affirmative. "At once, Your Majesty." Berenger gazed into the distance at the bucket he had just shot, a warm smile curving his lips. It would not be long before Ludwig, with a bit of assistance, could create rifled breechloaders and cap-and-ball revolvers. A new era of warfare had just begun, thanks to Berenger's intervention in the timeline.